Hey. Bwana unisikia? Teddy. Yule mwingine. Tu. 1 2. So Teddy anafasikia.
Good morning, everyone. Muko salama. So we want to begin our conversations for the 2 days colloquium on people-centered justice. But before we begin, I would want us to check with the technical team whether the people who are supposed to join us online, the speakers, have already been able to join us and they can hear us loud and clear before we begin. Technical team, Teddy. Teddy and Winnie, have people joined? We are expecting to have a number of participants joining us virtually, and they will be making very important remarks regarding the conversations we're about to have here. So we must also check that they are able to join us, or whether they have already joined virtually. So we are good. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I foremost want to begin by thanking all of you for having found time to join us for the first ever colloquium on people-centered justice that has been convened by civil society here at the Coast Region. I know we've had a number of other colloquiums that have been done elsewhere at the national level, but this one is very specific for the Coast Region, and the fact that it has also been convened by civil society. So we are proud as an organization to have been able to convene these important conversations that will allow us to, deliberate specifically around people-centered approach to justice. And with us in these discussions are very important speakers from varied spaces within the access to justice realm in the country. We have a number of speakers who will be joining us from the judiciary. I'm glad to acknowledge the presence of the Chief Magistrate, Honorable Martha Mutuku, who has joined us and is already in the house to welcome us formally. And of course, our very own board member, Justice Munyidia, who represents the board here in this meeting and also the legal profession within our board. We have Mr. Hassan Abdi from the ODPP's office, who has also been able to join us physically for the meeting. And we will also be hearing from Mandisa Mashologu, who is the Deputy Resident Representative of the UNDP here in Kenya, and also Mita Nanek, who will be representing the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to acknowledge that this whole program has been supported by the European Union through the facilitation of the UNDP's grant facility known as Amkeni wa Kenya. And Amkeni wa Kenya in this meeting is also represented by Ms. Zainab, who has also joined these discussions physically. And welcome Madam Zainab to the discussions. And later on, sometimes around 10:30, you will be joined by Honorable Justice John Mativo, who is the presiding judge. He's handling some few matters, and he'll be joining us later on physically in the meeting. We are yet to get a signal from the Chief Justice handlers on whether she'll be joining us or not this morning, but by yesterday evening, we had gotten confirmation that she will be joining us virtually. We hear that she's in the UK. But all the same, I think we are equally represented in the judiciary by very senior officers. And if she gets an opportunity to join, then we'll be very glad. If not, I'm sure she will equally be represented by the team that is already with us here. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Yusuf Lule Mwatsefo. I'm the Executive Director for Human Rights Agenda. And I now wish to ask all of us to stand up for prayers first and then the national anthem. So may I ask our pastor, Teddy, or whoever feels very spiritual, to put us before God. Teddy, where you are seated or standing, can you put us before God? And then we continue with the national anthem.
Let us pray. Father, in Jesus' name, we thank you for this opportunity you have given us, for gathering us, Lord Father, from all over, to be as one team, Jehovah God. As you have brought us together, Jehovah God, to have a conversation, Jehovah God, in improving livelihood of our people, Jehovah God. Lord Father, as we are set for this course, Lord, give us grace to complete it, Lord Father. We pray for peace for each and every session, Lord Father. We commit each and every participant that is going to participate in this session, Lord Father, into your able hands, O Lord Father. In you we move, in you we live. In Jesus' mighty name we have prayed. Amen.
Thank you. May we still stand for the national anthem?
Jehovah God. Lord Father, as we are saying, Lord, give us grace to complete it, Lord Father. We pray for peace for each and every session, Lord Father. We commit each and every participant that is going to participate in this session, Lord Father, into your able hands,
the
O
new
Lord
national
Father.
anthem.
In you we move, in you we live. In Jesus' mighty name you have prayed. Amen.
Thank you. May we still stand for the national anthem? You know, normally when this kind of conferences are held, there's a lot of tension still in the morning, in the early hours. So I ask that you take it easy. You take it easy and get us the national anthem,
Lord Father. We pray for peace for each and every session, Lord Father. We commit each and every participant that is going to participate in this session, Lord Father, into your able hands,
the
O
new
Lord
national
Father.
anthem.
In you we move, in you we live. In Jesus' mighty name you have prayed. Amen.
Thank you. May we still stand for the national anthem? You know, normally when this kind of conferences Hell, there's a lot of tension still in the morning, in the early hours. So
Okay,
I ask
so
you take it easy. You take it easy. Interesting stuff. So I will invite Tony now to lead us in the Swahili national anthem. Njoo hapa Tony. So tuimbe national anthem. Because now the technical team.
All right, I hope you're all standing. So we will sing together in Swahili. E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na uhuru, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na usawi. Thank you.
Asante, I was waiting to hear whether Tony would proceed with the other stanzas. Because I know very few Kenyans actually know the other stanzas in the national anthem, especially the one in Swahili. Is the technical team now ready? I know this was rehearsed numerous times last night, but for some strange reasons, we hear ourselves recorded. Anyway, we will seek to proceed with the agenda. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to invite the Chief Magistrate, Honorable Martha Mutuku, to do the welcoming remarks for this colloquium. Your Honor, may you please come forward.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. Okay, as I've been introduced, my name is Martha Mutuku. I am Chief Magistrate, Mombasa Law Court, and I head the station at Mombasa. So today morning, I'd wish to recognize the presence of Mr. Justice Munivia, board member, Huria, Mr. or Madam Zainab Ali of UNDP, Dr. Sarah Kinyanjui, and ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My role today is to invite you to Mombasa for this workshop, and the theme of the workshop today is that this is being the first cost access to people-centered justice colloquium that will be held today and tomorrow. The theme of the colloquium being that one that will present an opportunity for stakeholders, discussions around improving access to legal aid for vulnerable communities at the coast, as well as address the underlying barriers impeding access
one
to
that
justice. Will present an opportunity for stakeholders, discussions around improving access to legal aid for vulnerable communities at the coast, as well as address the underlying barriers impending access
one
to
that
justice. Will present an opportunity for stakeholders, discussions around improving access to legal aid for vulnerable communities at the coast, as well as address the underlying barriers impending access
One
to
that
justice. Will present an opportunity for stakeholders,
Hello, we apologize for that technical hitch. We hope now it's sorted out. Can you pre-test again? We are good now? Are you still able to share? I think we're having a problem sharing at the same time. They had not muted some of the mics. So we hope that now it's sorted out. Okay, asante.
Nashukuru sana. So I'm sorry about that. So the vision of Chief Justice, Honorable Chief Justice, is a social transformation through access to justice. That at the judiciary we call it a STAJ. So this is, her vision is anchored on efficiency and accountability. And one of the pillars is cooperative dialogue and social justice. This pillar places a lot of premium on CUCs, the civil society, access to justice, and collaboration. So I wish to thank the organizers of this workshop. I would say this really aligns with the vision of the judiciary, and by extension, collaboration and cooperative dialogue. I am informed that most of the people, of the participants, are drawn from stakeholders. So this is one of the most, I think, well thought of colloquiums for us to be able to meet as stakeholders in the justice system from the coast and deliberate and come up with strategies going forward for the enhancement of access to justice to the people of the coast region and by extension the entire country. So karibuni sana Mombasa, mjikieni mko nyumbani. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Your Honor, and we really apologize for that disruption, for the technical hitch. We are hoping that I will not hear myself again speak, technical team, because this is now getting out of hand. Either way, I think we are good. We are happy that we have all convened here. And thank you so much, Chief Magistrate Martha, for those very important remarks. I hope the team that has joined us online is still able to follow the conversations smoothly, so that then we are not leaving out people who are supposed to also speak to us shortly. I think it's important that we continue confirming, Winnie, that the participants who are joining us online are able to hear us loud and clear. Ladies and gentlemen, in this colloquium, and this year marks a very important milestone for us as an organization because we are also celebrating our 10th anniversary. So 2022 is very important for us. We are turning exactly 10 years. So we've organized for a series of high-profile events, including this one, just to commemorate and to mark our 10th anniversary. So tupigie makofi basi. You know, running institutions in this very competitive sector of the non-profit organization is not very easy. So surviving and making sure that you are able to deliver services to an ever-demanding community and beneficiaries is not easy. So we thank God on this grace, and also for providing us with the very many pleasantries that we have gotten over years. So we really appreciate for your continued support. I now want to invite our board member, Mr. Justus Munyidhia, to do some welcoming remarks on behalf of the Huria Board of Directors. And then later on, I will also invite my other moderators, Dr. Sarah Kenyanjui, who we are also partnering with, University of Nairobi, in convening this important forum. And then later on, Madam Zainab from UNDP will also be joining us. It's now my pleasure to welcome our board member, Mr. Justus Munyidhia, to speak to us. Karibu, Munyidhia.
Asante sana Yusuf. kwa wageni wa heshima wakiongozwa kwa wale tuko nao hapa, hakimu mkuu mkazi wa Mombasa Bi Martha Mutuku. Pia nimeambiwa kwamba kwa mtandao Chief Justice atatujoin baadaye, Justice Mativo ambaye atatufuata, Hassan Habdi, Dr. Sarah Kenyajui na wengine wageni ambao watatufuata. Amjambo. Kongamano hii ambayo iko Mombasa, nilikuwa nafikiria kwamba tutaiendeleza kwa Kiswahili, lakini nimeambiwa kwamba wengine wetu wameingia Mombasa hivi juzi, kwa hivyo Kiswahili itakuwa tatizo kidogo. Kwa majina naitwa Justus Munyithia, nimekuwa wakili hapa Mombasa, kisha nikaenda Nairobi kwa kazi kidogo niliyopatiwa na serikali, na nikaendelea kuwa na uhusiano na Huria kama board member wakati walianza miaka 10 iliyopita. Nashukuru Mungu kwamba leo tunaona kazi ambao wameitenda. Nilikuwa nimetengeneza maneno mawili matatu, lakini ni kwa Kizungu, kwa hivyo mtaomba radhi hasa kwa wetu ambao wanatufuata mashinani kwamba nitaisoma kwa Kizungu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As I've indicated, my name is Justus Munyithia. I'm an advocate and a board member of Huria. I've seen Huria grow. I saw it start 10 years ago, and we have walked a long way to be where we are today. This morning, I have a few remarks that I would like to make. But before I could make those remarks, I would like to acknowledge our chief guests who are here. There are those following us virtually, and there are those who are physically with us. We are honored to have present in our meeting the Honorable Martha Mutuku, who is a Chief Magistrate Mombasa, and who I've known for some time. We also have present Zainam Hali from UNDP, one of our development partners. We have Dr. Sarah Kenyajui joining us from University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus, a university that we are partnered with as Huria. We have Dan Juma from UNDP. I'm told that we are going to be joined by Tumashuru from the Deputy President of UNDP, and many others who are going to join us for this occasion. Colloquium like this have been held internationally, regionally, but this is the first colloquium of its kind in Mombasa, which is being held by Huria as they celebrate 10 years of their formation. The theme being towards people-centered delivery of justice, and with a specific focus in the Coast region. I will begin by congratulating the staff of Huria for making it to the 10-year mark. It is not easy. Most organizations begin, and by the 5th year, they have already dissolved. Huria has gained legitimacy among both the actors at the regional, national, and more so at the community members. Huria is an empowered grassroots organization that is covering areas within the Coast region, from Kwale to Mombasa through to Taita Taveta, and more so to areas like Tana River and Lamu. It is an honor on behalf of the board to speak before this congregation. We know that today, as I've indicated, we have a diverse audience coming in from key actors in the justice sector. We have with us, as I have indicated, judicial officers, we have community paralegals, we have the Office of Director of Public Prosecution, we got the academician, we have the independent commissions, and I've seen those around, and my friend from Commission on Administrative Justice, and this shows the multi-sectoral approach in which Huria works. We have people who have come from CSOs, development partners, and policy makers from the country. One thing is that when all these multi-sectoral approach is made, then access to justice, especially people-centered justice, is realized. We all know that bringing such a people together takes a toll. But one thing we know is that it is by coming together that we can be able to address the key questions about palatable access to justice to those who are poor. I would like to just say a few things in my understanding of the theme that we have today. When we talk about people-centered delivery of justice, what does it connote? Where does it come from? And what is the focus? Now, we all know that in 2010, we got the new constitution. And from preamble, it says, we the people of Kenya have, and then it continues, that the people of Kenya are the center of the constitution. When it was inaugurated, in this chapter 1, it speaks about the sovereignty of people. It states that all the sovereign power belongs to the people and shall be exercised according to the constitution. This article clearly indicates that people have the inherent power which have been conferred by the constitution. The people exercise the power directly or through their representative whom they elect democratically. Now, the people, in the direct exercise of their power, delegate to various state organs. One of these organs is the judiciary. We have parliament, and we have the legislative assembly in the county governments. The executive structure, both at the county level and also at the national level, again, they exercise their power by the donations by the people. So are independent tribunals. And when you look at the work which Uria has done, it shall try to improve the governance structures in all those areas. Again, Article 48 of the Constitution guarantees access to justice, and that it says and indicates that justice should not be embedded, and where there is fees is required, it should not be unreasonable to embed access to justice. So it is the sole responsibility of state and state actors to ensure that people have access to justice. Our own Article 159, again, indicates that judiciary derives its mandate from the people, and in exercise of their mandate, the judiciary shall ensure that justice is done to all, irrespective of status, and that justice shall not be delayed in any way. Thus, there should not be discrimination when we are delivering justice. Judiciary is also supposed to ensure that accessing justice, people are able to enjoy not only litigation, but other forms of dispute resolution, which are being provided by the Constitution. The Chief Justice, David Maraga, before he retired, came up with a policy on alternative justice system. And we all know some of these systems involve reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, and transitional dispute resolution methods, so long as they don't contravene the Constitution, and they don't violate the Bill of Rights, and that their outcomes are generally accepted and guarantee peace. Huria has applied these principles in some of the complaints that they have been able to do, and some of the disputes that they have been able to settle through their legal aid clinics. It's therefore important to note that by coming up with alternative justice in policy in 2010, the judiciary was pushing for community-driven justice, so that judicial officers across the country and at all levels give priority to people, including involving them, like we have the court users committees, and also identification of where courts can be set up. Many years ago in this region, we only have, or used to have, stations in Mombasa, Kwale, and Malindi, with only one high court station in Mombasa, serving people from Kwale to Lamu and even up to Taita Taveta. But today we boast of high court stations, a court of appeal, Kadhi's courts, spread all across from Mzambweni to Lamu, and more so, small claims courts are coming. Now, evidence shows that when people are able to access justice, they can thrive, they can seek peaceful solutions to their problems. In cost, we know areas of conflict. Land are key resources. And if these disputes are resolved, then families can be stabilized, society can become better, and in turn, spend more energy to contribute to improvement of governance. So the question then would be, who are these people? We know that people could be men and women, both from the poor and the marginalized, disabled, the children, the indigent, and many others. Looking at Chapter 4 of the Constitution, which is the Bill of Rights, specifically notes that people with challenges are supposed to be guaranteed their rights. In fact, the application of rights includes rights for the children, persons with disability, the youth, the minorities, and the marginalized groups. So in looking at people-centered justice, then we must be able to look at all those categories of people and ensure that they are involved. We are happy in Mombasa, for the first time, the Chief Justice opened the SGBV court in Shanzu Law Courts, a unique court to address gender-based violence, so that the people from Marikiti, the people from Kongowea, and the people from Mtwapa can be able then to have their rights addressed. To us, this is a milestone, and it's work cut for civil society like Huria to be able to work closely with that court. Looking at the Tononoka Court, another court of its kind, which came about through collaboration between civil society, the Action Aid, and the Mombasa Law Society. We have disputes related to children being resolved quick, faster, not to mention the court annex mediation, which again is trying to address people's problems and to remove backlogs. So we acknowledge that a lot has been done in the coast region. The next question will be, how do we deal with, what do we understand by people send us justice? What do we need to do? We are told that in regions like Somalia, they try to provide legal knowledge by having a reporting system of gender-based violence, but unfortunately they failed because the way to report gender-based violence was using a phone, and in Somalia, the phone belongs to men. So whenever a lady wants to report, that cannot happen. In Mombasa, you have seen what Huria has been doing. They have open calls. You can call, report on issues of crime, and action is taken. That means that we are now alive to the challenges that happen. During COVID-19, Huria was able to come up with solutions by use of ICT. They adopted this approach so that they can help people access justice. Therefore, this colloquium is going to be one of the key things that will help us to have conversation about how people can benefit from an organization like Huria, which is grassroots and which is operating within the region. Now, I'm pleased to make that we could not have done what we have done without the support of our development partners. We have the European Union, we have UNDP, Kenya. With the programs that they have given to us in terms of support, Huria has been able to reach out to different communities and strengthen accountability systems, especially in Mombasa County. Coming up with the County Users Committee, coming up with the legal aid program, coming up with the advisory platforms has come through the support of UNDP by the grant that they're given. Huria has been able to reach out to over 3,000 indigent and vulnerable communities who could not get access to lawyers, who could not get free legal advice, but now they've been able to get that. In collaboration with the county government of Mombasa, Huria has set up what we call legal aid clinics, free legal aid, and advisory course. As I have mentioned below, when COVID came, most people didn't know what to do. Courts were shut. People relied on the police and many other things. There was a threat to human rights. People thought they would be extinguished, but through the support of UNDP, Huria was able to come up with systems and mechanisms to adopt delivery of justice to the poor of people in this region. Huria was able to intervene to over 600 complaints from aggrieved youth and women under the Kazi Mtaani initiative. And because of this partnership, there has been a lot of credibility in the work that Huria does. The convening of what we call multi-sectoral stakeholders, non-traditional access to justice access in Mombasa, Huria has been known and a stock in every household. The county governments of Mombasa, the Kadhi's court, have been able to improve access to justice through this collaboration. In Mombasa and the county assembly, we have committees on justice and legal affairs, and Huria has been able to champion a change in terms of legislation that is archaic and opaque, and which does assist. I'm sure some of us, I have seen before that the county askaris would arrest you for petty offenses, which actually under the statute were in violation of the law. But through the accountability mechanisms and through looking at human rights approach to legislation, and human rights approach to development, there has been a change because of how Huria has been able to intervene. Again, through the support of Mkeni, we have been able to resolve a number of cases from the poor, for the women, domestic violence, and sexual harassment. Over 300 cases have been handled through the support of UNTP. In response to community concerns, again, efforts have been made through collaboration with University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus, to have the legal aid clinic once or so in a month, monitored and supported by the students. Again, in order to empower and encourage stakeholders to give support to the communities, Huria came up with what we call the Pro Bono Scheme. A number of judicial officers, advocates in Mombasa were named and given an award. This is part of encouraging individuals to give back to the society. We have had about 800 individual members of community receive advice and free service from Huria. The culture of recognizing and appreciating legal aid services has also accounted for improved service delivery, where we have about 14 paralegals, 2 lawyers and 2 judicial officers drawn from the coast region who were recognized for how they do their work in promotion of human rights. In conclusion, one would say that a multi-sectoral approach to access to justice is the way to go. The people of this country and the people of this region are at the center of what is supposed to be done. You cannot introduce justice concept without consulting the people, and that is what is required. We do hope that the Legal Aid Center Huria will be able to stay in the main office in Mombasa and Diani and expand to other areas. Documentation, monitoring, and mediation has become the order of the day. And we hope that, and this is what I want to encourage the lawyers who are in this room, that once Huria calls upon you to take up a case on a pro bono basis, you'll be stand up to account. Without justice and respect for human rights, we cannot have development. Without the free legal aid clinics and without collaboration between the Chief Justice Office, the judiciary in Mombasa, the prosecution, and the investigating wing, that is the DCI, most cases will go unpunished. But we hope that with this collaboration and the conversation we are going to have for the next 2 days, a change will come. I want to wish you a fruitful deliberations. May God bless you. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Director Justice Munyithia. Just to mention and acknowledge also that PLEAD is the program for legal aid delivery in Kenya, and here at the coast we have several other partners who are also represented in this discussion. So we have Kekoske, we have Chana, we also have Muhuri, we have the University of Nairobi, Mombasa campus, and Kituo cha Sheria, all who are represented actually in this meeting. I want also to remind you that we are streaming live in all our social media platforms and also through the mainstream media. And the hashtag here is people-centered justice. So as you tweet, as you engage in the social media platforms, please remember to quote in or to tag in the hashtag people-centered justice. Now, let me invite my co-moderator, Dr. Sarah Kenyanjui, to take it up from here. Asanteni sana.
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you, Senior Munyithia, for setting the background that has really informed this colloquium. Let us also celebrate Huria once more for the great work that you have been doing and for getting to the 10-year mark. It is no mean feat. Ladies and gentlemen, people-centered justice is our theme this morning. And for us to enjoy people-centered justice, we must have both state and non-state actors. And we're delighted that this morning we have representation from both sectors. With us this morning is Kambaga, who is representing Mr. Hassan Abdi, who is the Coast Regional Head, ODPP. The ODPP is a really critical role in the justice system, and we are delighted to host you this morning. Vivian, please. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. The Chief Magistrate, the Director, Executive Director, Huria, and the board member, Mr. Justus Munyithia, distinguished colleagues in the legal profession, the state and non-state actors, good morning. As introduced, my name is Vivian Kambaga. I'm the Deputy Regional Coordinator at the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Coast Region, and I'm happy to be here. I'm actually here on behalf of Mr. Hassan, who is the who's the Regional Coordinator for the Coast Region, and I'm here to give his remarks for today. As indicated, I come from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, whose mandate is to exercise the state powers of prosecution. So, seeing as this colloquium today is based on access to justice for vulnerable communities, I'm happy to be here because the ODPP is the gatekeeper in the criminal justice system. We all know that before the decision to charge is made, there have to be a number of considerations. And what the DPP considers in making the decision to charge, first and the most basic, is that the evidential threshold has been met. What do I mean by that? I mean that the evidence has to be relevant, the evidence has to be available, the evidence has to be credible, and that there has to be a reasonable prospect of conviction based on the evidence that is there that has been presented by the investigator. Number two, once that has been met, we proceed to the public interest test, which is critical. And by that, I do not mean that it's a matter that has a lot of interest in the eyes of the public. I'm not necessarily talking about matters that evoke emotions and people get excited over. When we talk about public interest, we talk about what is the impact of this offense to the community, what is the age of the suspect, what are the circumstances. So those are the things that we consider. But again, as I said, before I move to the public interest as the DPP, or as an officer of the DPP, I first have to be sure that the evidential threshold has been met. So under the strategic plan of the DPP has adopted a three-pronged approach, and that approach includes recasting, retooling, and relearning. And of importance in this session is that under the recasting model of the DPP is concentrating on collaboration, cooperation, and coordination, both with the state actors and both with the non-state actors. And that is why we are very happy to be here as the office of the DPP. Before I proceed, I must mention that I worked with my colleague. He's in charge of the Magistrates Court, prosecutions at the Magistrates Court, and his name is Alex Gituma. Maybe you'll just wave. Alex Gituma. He prosecutes in the Chief Magistrates Court, and he's our head at the Magistrates Court. Thank you so much, Alex. So I want to say two things even as I finish my remarks. First of all is that we are approaching the election season, and there will be a lot of offenses that we will need the input of all the actors, state actors, non-state actors. The board member, Mr. Munyithia, as he was giving his remarks, he talked about the importance of legal aid, and not just that, even the importance of having people report cases, having people offer themselves as witnesses. So everyone here is important for the criminal justice system to work. So even as we approach the electioneering season, let us remember that it is not just the DCI or the DPP or the judiciary that will be able to render justice in isolation. For that justice to work, for the rule of law to be upheld, we all have a role. And finally, as I had indicated, I've heard that there are a number of advocates in this forum. Kindly let us offer our services, pro bono services, to be able to ensure that we are able to access justice. Otherwise, we are happy to be here as the office of the DPP. Kindly receive warm regards from the from the regional coordinator, Mr. Hassan, and I'm happy to be here with my colleague, and we'll be here for the 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Vivian. And as you can see, prosecutors are concise and to the point. Thank you very much, reminding us about people-centered justice and calling on advocates to offer pro bono services. This symposium is supported by UNDP, by Amkeni wa Kenya, EU, and with us this morning is Zainab Ali from UNDP, and she will be welcoming our guests who are online. Welcome, Zainab.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kinyanjui, and good morning to all of you. I think for me, I won't take much of your time. I want to take this opportunity to invite Madam Mandisa Mashologu, who is our Deputy Resident Representative for Programs, to give her remarks. Madam Mandisa, you're welcome.
I'd like to say that I think this is a critical initiative and an important opportunity to make sure. I'd like to say that I think this is a critical initiative and a wonderful opportunity for us and an important opportunity to reflect on a number of questions. I'd like to say that I think this is a critical initiative and a wonderful opportunity and an important opportunity to reflect on a number of questions. I'd like to say that I think this is a critical and a wonderful opportunity were the gate openers of access to justice and the partnership and openness that you have shown in the work that you're doing in collaboration with Kenya Kenya and us as UNDP and our sister agency, the UNODC, are proud partners to be able to support this initiative. I think it's also important for us to note and proudly note that Chief Justice, Madame Koome, and proud to say that the first female Chief Justice of Kenya, showing that she's a beacon of light and a pride for a number of our youth and various young people in the country in terms of her promotion of access to justice. I know we're having a number of technical problems right now, but I think one of the key things that I'm also very proud of is the recognition that we need to improve digitization, communication, and our collaboration in terms of access to justice and ensuring that we are supporting marginalized, be able to ensure that they're included in legal empowerment. We at UNDP are globally working in the promotion of access to justice in more than 50 countries around the world, and ensuring that we can foster inclusive development and partnerships. And we're also very, very proud of the generous support and partnership that we have with the European Union, in which this is the largest access to justice program in sub-Saharan Africa. So Madame Mita, thank you very much for the continued support that the European Union has provided over the past couple of years in ensuring that we're not only promoting the work of the rights holders and supporting civil society organizations, but also working very, very closely with duty bearers and institutions to ensure that we leave no one behind. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, towards the end of the year, we had a midterm evaluation of our current program of support and collaboration as Kenya Kenya. And the preliminary findings did indicate that this program of support and collaboration has truly been effective in building the capacity and supporting civil society organizations to address the challenges to access to justice, human rights, and work closely and more collaboratively with duty bearers. The report and the evaluation cited that there's an increased awareness of rights among citizens in the 12 counties where we were working very closely with civil society organizations. And this numbers and figures by noting an increase of from 14 to 29% in the areas that we work. So it's important that we make sure that, as had been stated earlier, as in the critical year, with the elections, with new change leadership at the devolved level, that we continue to ensure human rights and access to justice is continuously promoted, especially for marginalized local communities and populations. I think just to reflect on the theme towards people-centered delivery of at the coast, I think it is something that resonates with all of us around Kenya and ensuring that we realize the rights for all. Informal justice institutions and customary laws play an important role as an alternative system of justice to which many marginalized people have access. We note very much the National Alternative Justice System Policy of 2022 in heralding new approaches and recognition of alternative justice mechanisms as an integral part of delivery of justice services in Kenya. We as UNDP remain committed to work with you closely as we move forward and ensure that we can expand and accelerate the good lessons learned in the work that we're doing. I think, ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize that there are challenges, and it is important for us, and I trust that over the next 2 days, we not only look at the positives in terms of lessons learned, but also look at what we can do to improve and strengthen not only the civil society organizations, the duty bearer institutions, but also of the community, the people who are accessing these services. I think we all believe very, very strongly at the end of the day, it is to ensure that we respect human rights, promote equality and democracy, and also ensure we're making full impact towards sustainable development goals. And most importantly, SDG 16.3, which is part and parcel of the impact that this program of support and other efforts are contributing towards. Maybe I could just conclude to say a big thank you to Huria, the University of Nairobi, all of our PLEAD, Kenya Kenya civil society partners, this important event, and also to the European Union for entrusting the UNDP and our sister agency, UNODC, in supporting this initiative and this work towards access to justice within Kenya. I hope you have fruitful deliberations and look forward to seeing what we can do by learning from the coast and expanding to the rest of the regions within the country to ensure that we have a peaceful, democratic, and healthy society within Kenya. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very, very much, Madam Mandisa, for your remarks, which we have taken note of, especially looking at the people-centered justice. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity now to welcome Mita Manik.
Emma,
can you hear me? Yes. To welcome Mita Manik, who's the program manager for the European Union in Kenya, and of course being the funders of the PLEAD program. Mita, please welcome. Thank you very much to give your remarks. Mita? You're on mute, Mita.
Sorry, we've lost sound.
We can hear you, Mandisa. Mita, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but it seems like we're just online now. We don't have access to the actual colloquia. That's right.
Mita, are you going to try again?
Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do because, you know, it just went blank after Mandisa spoke, so I'm not sure what you're asking me to do.
No, just to give your remarks, please.
Okay, okay. Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm very sorry. I understand that you guys are experiencing huge technical challenges over there at the coast, and it's very unfortunate, and sorry if there was a blank, because we from online can't seem to see or hear anything. But anyway, thank you all for coming here. All protocols observed, and let me first start by saying happy birthday to Huria. We're here today to continue an important process of consultation with civil society and all other partners, as this being an all-inclusive stakeholder dialogue, including this people-centered justice colloquia that we all had. We at the EU started last year on these consultations when the EU delegation embarked in the new chapter of the EU-Kenya bilateral cooperation for the period 2021 to 2027. This was done in the new global instrument, which recognizes both the crucial role that civil society organizations play and the increasing limitations that they face globally. Civil society space in partner countries has increasingly become shrinking, especially in the context of the coronavirus pandemic. The EU is a long-standing global champion of civil society and the largest provider of support to local civil society in partner countries globally. In all aspects of our cooperation, from the documents to the implementation of our actions, the EU strives to be inclusive and in particular to give its full role to civil society as a key actor of governance and development. I thank you, Mandisa, for acknowledging the EU support, and indeed the PLEAD program is the biggest justice program in sub-Saharan Africa. Many of you have been involved in one way or the other in the implementation of the three main priorities that constitute our multi-indicative program in Kenya for the next 7 years: on the green transition, on leaving no one behind, and on democratic governance, peace and security. Kenyan civil society, and indeed all other stakeholders, are vibrant, resilient and innovative, and have been key in the democratic and developmental gains made by the country. They play an important role in ensuring adequate civic space is realized in Kenya and the entire region. Efforts by Kenyan CSOs in Kenya build confidence in other CSOs around. Held extensive consultations to the stage, newly acquired skills during the pandemic, serious consultation sessions, 3 of our multi-indicative program, and key cross human rights and youth. All in all, 140 society representatives took part to these sessions. In addition, we received 6 responses from our CSOs on our online survey. So I'm very happy to report that a CSO roadmap was actually launched by our Deputy Ambassador a couple of weeks ago in a series of CSO workshops that we've been having in Nairobi. We have 4 overarching objectives to our CSO interventions. One is to support an enabling environment and institutional environment for Kenyan civil society at national and county level. Second is to promote participation of Kenyan civil society in making processes international, national and county level with a specific focus on women and youth. Third, to strengthen the capacity of CSOs as independent actors of accountability, governance and development in the 3 main areas of the EU-Kenya partnership. Finally, to create a structured dialogue between EU and Kenyan civil society, covering main EU priority areas and involving the EU, its member states, national and local authorities. Now I speak off script now because what I learned and what we learned at the EU delegation through these consultations, one of our big criticisms was that we were not being able to reach out adequately to smaller civil society organizations and grassroots organizations, which is why, in fact, we have to help us ensure that we do have this reach. So we're very happy with the way Kenya is going, and thank you very much for all your support there too. We at the EU are now looking at developing a similar facility to have a sort of consortium and who will be representative of all factors of Kenyan. We will never leave anyone behind. We hope to be able to reach out to these groups of organizations. I'm very happy to reiterate that Kenya will be, again, part of Plead 2, and we thank you and look to more reach out to helping those who we would really like to reach out to. Now expanding the counties beyond 12. I also thank you for organizing this colloquium. Sorry that I couldn't actually attend physically, but what I'd like to do and I'd like to commit here is that in one of your next colloquium and learn and make. And thank you very much for allowing remarks and wish you very fruitful deliberations. I will continue during. Thank you very much, Sana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mita and Mandisa, for those remarks. We do sincerely apologize for the hitches that we are having with technology. We hope that during the break we will be able to resolve, and when we are back, we will be good to go. I wish to recognize the presence of the chairperson, Mombasa Law Society, Mr. Opulu, and again, just thank you all for representing your organizations, and we are privileged to have you this morning. I will request us now to take a break, have tea, come back recharged for the next session. Honorable Mativo will be joining us in the course of the day, and he will give his remarks at that time. Karibuni sana, do have tea, and let's come back. Tea is for 20 minutes. You'll be guided at the door where we'll be having our tea. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Good morning.
Break me how long? 20 minutes. 20 minutes.
And we have all different agencies represented this morning. So with us is the chair of the Mombasa Law Society, Mr. Opulu, who will make a few remarks. Mr. Opulu, please.
Thank you, Daktari, for giving me the opportunity. Our judge, who is present here, the Chief Magistrate, and all the people present here today, good morning. Or is it afternoon already? I note that we are here to interrogate and discuss on a very important topic dealing with access to justice. And as we are here, we all have to realize that we are proud to be committing ourselves to contribute our efforts in changing the world through access to justice. Access to justice is a basic principle of the rule of law. In one case in England, Rex versus Sussex Justices, which was decided in 1924, there is a judge, and this is a case which concerned only 10 British pounds, which is around 1,200 shillings equivalent of Kenya shillings today. And in that case, it was just a simple border accident that was in issue. But a statement was uttered in that case that changed the course of history. The Lord Justice Gordon Hayward stated that justice should not only be done, but should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done. That statement, after it was uttered in that case, changed the course of justice the way we know it. And then he also said that nothing is to be done which creates even suspicion that there has been improper interference with the course of justice. In short, we are being told that the process of achieving justice is just as important as the result of justice. Now, having said that, we are here to interrogate the topic of access to justice. Under our new constitution, there is an article, and that is Article 48. I think that is the best and the super article that was ever created in the new constitution. And it is buttressed by other articles like 22 and Article 159, which cement the principle of access to justice. Because whichever way we look at it, justice is the bedrock of a nation, without which the nation will crumble. There are many factors which hinder access to justice, because I had been told earlier to talk about that. And you all know that for the successful implementation of access to justice, we need infrastructure. So I'll just go first with the factors that I identified. Lack of infrastructure is one of such factors. We need courts, we need tools. Today we have just seen how the technology can fail us. So infrastructure plays a big role, and lack of which affects access to justice. We have high advocacy fees. Many people cannot afford advocacy fees, and hence the need for pro bono services, which are also inadequate and which do not reach the levels that are desired in the villages na kule vitongojini. We have illiteracy. People do not know how to read and write. And because of that, again, access to justice is affected. We have long distances to courts. There are instances where a court may be sitting, let's say in Kwale, but a witness or the parties to the case have to travel from morning and they reach court at 4 p.m. So if the court is not proactive enough to understand that these witnesses come from far, they don't have means, for that matter, it has to delay and make provision for them, you find their right to access justice is hindered. And these are practical things that happen, because one time I sat in Kwale and I used to experience the same. I'm sure the magistrates here and the judges here will tell you that there are cases where you sit even at night sometimes to allow people to access justice, because if you let them go, tomorrow you may not be able to get them. So distance to the courts calls for the creation of courts near the people, the establishment of new courts. And we are happy that with the new constitution, it provides that all counties must have at least a high court. And I will add, if need be, all wards should have a magistrate court. And then the duration that it takes to conclude cases also impacts on access to justice. Legal aid is inadequate. We have pro bono services, yes, they are offered. There is even, they are now mainstreamed in the legal process, but are they enough? Is there a way we can deal with it that will be more effective. We also have corruption, and corruption is just another chapter we can discuss for a whole day. Then you come to the issue of knowledge of rights. Do people understand what their rights are, how they are provided under the Bill of Rights in the Constitution, in various laws? This knowledge of rights also is coupled with understanding those rights. This calls for more education to the people, and the universities, the institutions are therefore called upon to do more. It also calls for a thinking. Is it time that we should start changing our curriculum to include maybe law or the Bill of Rights right from primary school, secondary school, to university? I mean, I always wonder, why should you teach me on who discovered the source of River Nile, or who was the first white man to see the snows of Mount Kenya, and you cannot teach me that I have a right to life? If I am able to understand who discovered the source of River Nile, is it hard for me to understand that I have a right to life? Yeah, that as a child, I have a right to shelter, a right to education, a right to clothing. I think, Dr. Sarah, you people should start now agitating that we must create a subject dealing with the law right from primary school, and do away with those subjects that do not really help us, and change them with what will really help us. There is also financial access, poverty that hinders access to justice. There is unreasonable delay in dispute resolution. We also have issues to do with women in access to justice, court-annexed mediation. We have conciliation, we have negotiation, we have arbitration. Are these mechanisms being fully used? And who are most affected in disputes and conflicts in society? I think this needs to be interrogated more, such that we can achieve the basic principles of access to justice, that is accessibility, appropriateness, equity, efficiency, and effectiveness. If we achieve those ones, then our work is done. We shall never need any colloquium. But is it possible that that can be achieved? My answer is yes. We have barriers to access to justice, social and cultural barriers. We have stigmas, stigma created because of culture, where you find in some instances a woman is not supposed to complain of violence. And not only a woman, even a man, all the men here, I am sure some of you are slapped by your wives and whatever, but can you go to a police station like one of our politicians did and said, I have been beaten by my wife and therefore I want justice to be done? That is stigma. You think that if you do that, you are going to be laughed at by society. But in some instances, it has resulted in extreme violence. You remember the Nyeri case. You people, can you remember the Nyeri case? Yes. There's a man whose vitals were cut off. That is violence to the extreme. And what causes this violence? That's what we should be interrogating. Then we have illiteracy. We have geographical barriers, lack of quality assistance, and so much. Finally, in my remarks, another barrier that used to exist, and that is why I thank the creation of the new constitution, were the courts themselves. You find, and the Court of Appeal was the biggest culprit. You have presented a case to the Court of Appeal, and because one paper is missing in that case, in the record, the whole thing is struck out and the case is thrown out, and here you are an advocate doing pro bono service. Maybe somebody has funded that case. Maybe it's an NGO that is defending rights of the parties. It becomes a pain to see the court itself using technicalities to dismiss a case. And that is why the new constitution came in under Article 159 to stop this undue regard to technicalities. There were even cases where, and I think you remember the Matiba case, where he was being condemned because he was sick, he could not sign with his hand, and because of that, his case, entire case was thrown out of court. That is a case of access to justice, even if Honorable Matiba was a rich person, or so I assume, but you can see how it can go when we are not proactive. So, in a nutshell, we still have work cut out for ourselves in order to safeguard what the Constitution has provided under Article 48, Article 22(1), Article 159, Article 51, and Article 50. We still need to safeguard that which the Constitution has provided, because if we do not safeguard access to justice, our society is going to crumble and we shall have no other society to call home. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thank you very much, Senior Opulu. People-centered justice remains our focus this morning. With us is Justice Mativo. We'd like to recognize you this morning. But before he gives his remarks, I'd like to call upon Honorable Martha to come and make a presentation, after which you will welcome the judge. Welcome.
Good morning once again. Good morning. You know, it's very un-African when people do not return greetings. And quite offensive in Africa. Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you again, and it's always a pleasure, and I'm happy to be before you again. I was requested to give just an overview of access to justice at the Coast region. And I'm very delighted to speak after my elder brother, just as Munidi has just spoken, because basically he just said everything that I wanted to say. So I believe if I stood here and just said I stand here to support what Justice Munidi said with nothing useful to add, I think that will suffice. But because I was asked to speak and I was told that this is a stakeholder discussion and engagement, I just wish to basically give an overview of what I understand, or what I have, for the short period that I've been in Mombasa, what the overview that I have generally of access to justice. And for me, where I come from, Mombasa begins in Voi, where people speak Swahili. So from Voi, sisi kwetu kwenda Mombasa, Kwale, mpaka huko Tana River, that is Mombasa for us. So when we're talking about Mombasa, if we may, when you talk of the lower coast, upper coast region, that for me, in my general understanding, I believe for many Kenyans, Mombasa is just that, generally that region, where everybody speaks Kiswahili. Mpaka huko Taveta na Undanyi, huko kwetu tukiwa kwetu huko ni Mombasa. So, access to justice. What is access to justice like? because most of us are lawyers, they all have a legal background or engage with the legal fraternity. When we go to school and when we are taught and in our roles we play, there's always that written script about what to do. This is the law, civil procedure rules, criminal procedure code. This is what you do. This is what follows, and the process that it will go. But just likening to what happens today or what happened today, like technology, it just doesn't happen. So you believe a case will be filed in court, plea will be taken, discoveries, people are given their statements, and then you set a hearing date, and you even project and mind lawyers to take dates on dates that you wish to clear this case within a certain time. But simply, it just does simply happen. But that doesn't mean that we give up and we are not resilient to dispense justice. So from a general overview of what the judiciary has been for us in terms of access to justice, I would say pre-2010, for some of us who are still in the system, tumetoka mbali, na tumetoka mbali sana. Pre-2010, and in the words of course, I wouldn't quote him verbatim, but the retired Chief Justice Mutunga said he found a judiciary that didn't have structures, that didn't even have the human resource. It's like an institution that was on its knees. So we started with a judiciary transformation framework. So a lot happened. A lot happened in terms of infrastructure, instead of in terms of moving the wheels of justice, and in terms of transformation. Then coming Chief Justice retired, Honorable Justice Maraga, sustaining judiciary transformation. And now the Chief Justice, Honorable Lady Justice Martha Koome, whose vision is sustaining, social transformation through access to justice. So this, and she's always told us that whenever we are the Chief Justice of the region that we serve. So the STAJ, which is social transformation through access to justice, has sort of become our pledge, our judiciary pledge. And it is people-centered, and it's also derived from the Constitution, because we derive our power from people of Kenya. So we do not serve ourselves. We serve the people of Kenya. So as we talk of access to justice, it's not access to justice for us, but for Wanjiko. So looking at what Mombasa is like, and I said Mombasa for me is anywhere from Voi to even Tana River. So the courts that we have is that we have a court of appeal, we have the high courts, which is ELRC and the ELC. We have the magistrates courts that deal with civil, criminal, and also family matters. We have the Kadhi courts. We have the children's court in Tononoka. Now we are, the small claims court has been gazetted, which is almost like a feelers court to deal with civil matters where the claim is of less than 1 million shillings. We have the county court that deals with mostly county matters. And we also have, I think Mombasa, we are lucky now that the Chief Justice launched the first sex and gender-based violence court in Shanzu. There are also plans that in the pipeline that once the CG approves, that we might have a specialized court to deal with counterterrorism matters at Shanzu. So this is still something in the pipeline that we are dealing with. So besides those courts, we still have, in some stations, we have mobile courts where magistrates visit areas and handle cases as visiting magistrates, so that we do not have permanent courts there. We have the court annexed mediation, and something that's also picking up is that we are also seeking and having been trained on how to streamline the alternative justice system. So that is basically an overview of what Mombasa is like. And last time when the Honorable Chief Justice was in Mombasa, His Excellency Governor Kingi also promised to give us a parcel of land in Mutwapa. So we are saying that in Mombasa region or the coast region, we are really moving forward. So how's the access to justice for us as an institution? Looking at the infrastructure, and the chairman has spoken, most of the courtrooms still operate from the very, very old colonial buildings. But there has been progress. Looking at our state of judiciary report, there are so many new court buildings that are coming up throughout the country. But in Mombasa, I'm happy to report that we have a new building. We call it the Justice Towers. We are in the process of relocating all High Court to the new Justice Towers. For the longest period, the people that visit Mombasa law courts know how squeezed the building is. Courtrooms, chambers, and as we speak, up until we move or relocate the High Court stations, we do not have space for small claims court, but we will be creating space for small claims court. And I'm informed that the Political Parties Disputes Tribunal will also be having as commissioner sitting in Mombasa, so that for the primaries, that we do not have people go to Mombasa as to Nairobi for the political parties disputes. That will be handled here. So I was looking at the state of judiciary report for the year 2021, and just looking at the number of cases that were filed, I only picked on a few. The High Court, it's the numbers or the figures are given at 9,665. Kadhi's Court given at 3,066, and Mombasa, the Lower Magistrates Court, the figures reported at 18,466. The figures are in the State of Judiciary in the Administration of Justice annual report. I believe for quite some time, it was not very clear, and Kenyans could not get records of what we are doing. In the spirit of accountability and transparency, all our reports are now recorded. We do our daily reporting of the cases that we've done, and you can be able to monitor and tell what a judicial officer has done for the day. So those are some of the milestones that we've done or we've achieved through in access to justice. So what are some of the challenges that we have been facing as in Mombasa generally? I would say one of the challenges that we have has been for the longest time the geographical coverage. The chairman, Mombasa Law Society, has said that we only used to have, I think the Court of Appeal used to sit in circuit, they used to visit. We didn't even have a court of appeal station in Mombasa, but now we have a Court of Appeal station in Mombasa. We're also in the process of having, and we're almost there, a high court in every county. We also have new courts that have come up, and that others that are coming up. Mobile courts like Mpeketoni used to be a mobile court, now it is a permanent court. So we are moving towards the right direction, but we are saying again, we are not yet there. We were looking at, we're having a meeting with the Honorable Presiding Judge and talking of people from Kilifi and that they have to come all the way to Shanzu for cases. It becomes very frustrating when for one reason, an old lady sells her goat or chicken to come to court to give evidence, to bring her small granddaughter who could have been sexually assaulted, and that case does not proceed. And the second time she comes to court, the trial magistrate has been transferred, or for whatever reason, the prosecution is not ready, or the accused person is sick, so it means then she has to go back and come another time. So it becomes very, very frustrating. So I believe for accessibility and access to justice, there should also be the physical access to the structures or the courts. There's a lot of renovations going on to the old buildings. And the other challenge that we have in the coast region is the low income by the society. How we circumventing this? We have the small claims code that we are saying again. It is almost a feeless. It is devoid of very many procedures in terms of practice, procedures, and pleadings. And what also again we get from that court is that these matters or should be resolved within 60 days. Another issue that we face is the issue of backlog, the number of cases. Looking at the figures, and if you look at the state of a judiciary report in the administration of justice, you find we still have many, many old cases in our system. Of course, many issues that contribute to that will be the human resource, the number of magistrates and judges. I'm glad that the Chief Justice is in the process of hiring new judges. But then again, looking at the numbers, that is still not sufficient, as she always says, but one step at a time. Again, one would say there's also the issue of case management, where stakeholders or players in the justice system do not adhere to case management. And since this is our stakeholder engagement where we're supposed to discuss, I wouldn't say that we will be throwing stones at each other. It is a place where we are coming to sit, discuss, and see how well we can access justice can be accessible to the common mwananchi. Another challenge that we have is security challenges, the threat of terrorism, security generally, insecurity generally. A case in point is where our colleagues were traveling back to the station from a mobile court and were attacked, and there was a gun, a crossfire. So of course that, and the judicial officers to be stationed in that station, and judicial staff have to be stationed in such stations. So that is just general problem that faces all Kenyans. But again, I would say most judicial officers are not even locals. And this is a problem, I'm sure, that is being addressed nationally. The issue of human rights violations and extrajudicial killings in Mombasa, that is very rampant. And the other issue that we say who slowed our work is COVID-19 pandemic, which affected everyone in the country. But again, there are good lessons that have been learned and out of the pandemic, in the sense that we've started having virtual courts, we've started having the e-filing system, and for some of our judges and magistrates are having their proceedings transcribed. So you can have them recorded and transcribed instead of writing longhand. So slowly, with time, we are getting paperless, and where systems do not fail us, we are getting there, where we will have proceedings ready immediately. The judicial officer is done with their court sessions. So the opportunities or the strategies that we have as a judiciary, just to name a few, is to enhance stakeholder engagement. For the longest period, the judiciary used to be seen or viewed as outsiders. I think there was very little in terms of engagement with other stakeholders. Kotini, ukienda, you are not very sure whether you will come back or you will not come back. But I think now we've opened our doors, we've demystified what we do, and I believe it is evident from the fact that the presiding judge today has left or is adjourned or had to start his course list early just to be here. I think that is a demonstration that we are so ready to engage, and then we are ready to demystify what we do, because we cannot do it alone. We are now talking to each other. We are not talking at each other. And we are ready to engage. A lot of premium has been placed in the court users committee, which in my view has worked very, very well. Because all of us, I believe, by extension, are members of a court users committee, We have civil societies, we have stake and non-stake holders involved in the CUC. So that has really helped us to get to know what Wanjiko wants and what Wanjiko expects of us. I must commend the Mombasa Law Society branch, because I believe this is a branch, out of the short experience that I have been in Mombasa, it's a branch that sincerely wants things done the right way without necessarily interfering. When there's a problem, before it gets to Nairobi, like in other stations where you will hear it from Nairobi, in Mombasa it starts with the society. So I really must commend Mombasa Law Society. It's only in Mombasa that I hear there's a university that partners very, very cleanly with the courts. Thank you so much, UON. And the media in Mombasa has been fair to us. Other places where people say I've been misquoted, this is not what I said, where the media doesn't report what has been said, the media in Mombasa has been very good to us, so I really wish to commend them. Other stakeholders, UNDP, UNODC, Huria, local CBOs, religious bodies, we all appreciate them. Nyumba Kumi, elders of village elders. These are people that think that they don't play a role, but they do play a very, very big role in the justice system, in the alternative justice system. Vivian from the office of the DPP and will tell us that not all cases that, or not all offenses that are committed are reported to the police. Very few are reported because of the alternative justice system that takes place before these cases come to court. Again, not all cases that are again reported to the police come to court, because the police are able also to handle some of these cases before they come to court. The cases that again that are registered with the office of the DPP, again, not all of them reach the courtroom because there is a lot of diversion that is taking place in the office of the DPP. So by and large, with that stakeholder engagement, then we are getting a reduction in backlog, cases that need not be in court. That, and of course now, has a very positive ripple effect to the prison department because, again, our prisons are not crowded. The other strategy opportunity that we have as a judiciary and all stakeholders in the justice system is to harness ICT to make justice accessible. People say that we are not yet there, but I believe we are doing very, very well. And this is the way to go. Some courts, I believe, like in Nairobi, the civil courts, Milimani Commercial Court, has embraced ICT, and most of their cases are done virtually. Mombasa, we are doing civil cases virtually. We are hoping that we will get there because the systems, I believe most of the systems like filing, assessment of court fees, and many other procedures in the courtrooms are done online. So we're going to get there, and this is an opportunity that will reduce the cost of justice or access to justice. So we are hoping to get there. We have challenges in terms of infrastructure, and but that is being worked on. The other opportunity or strategy that we have is alternative justice or ADR, alternative dispute resolution. That is through the very formal ADR or through diversion, through mediation, or through the alternative justice system. So that again will reduce on the cases and make access to justice very cheap. The other opportunity we have is to embrace case management by all stakeholders, because the judiciary cannot do it alone. All stakeholders have to be involved in this. So that is basically an overview of access to justice in Coast Region. And I believe by the end of this colloquium, we will have we will deliberate, have engagement, and get a way forward, because we are here because of Wanjiku. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Okay, with your permission, I now wish to invite the presiding judge, Mombasa, Honorable Justice John Matibu, to give his presentation. Thank you.
Oh, it's midday, saa sita. So whether it's afternoon, it's just in the middle. Good morning, good afternoon. Am I beard? Okay. First and foremost, my apologies for coming late. I decided to be here as early as 8:30. But you know what? I had something else to attend to. When you give somebody a date, you know, lawyers know what it means. You are given dates not yesterday, but months away, last year, this year, January, and you are told your case will be heard on 17th. Parties make positive steps. They take positive steps in preparation. You prepare submissions, you call your witnesses, you abandon other things. Then the last minute you are told, Judge Ajuko, how does it feel, Mr. Opulu? It's a disappointment. So to avoid that disappointment, and we want to make it easier, all of you are young, some of you are still young. Eh? When you got that first date, or even second date from that boy or girl, you started making certain steps in preparation. Eh? You practice how to smile, how not to swallow the way Opulu would swallow akiwa nyumbani, because you have to behave, sindio? Ndio usianguke mtihani. So with all these preparations come the disappointment. So I really apologize for not being nearly enough, but it was for good reason. I was able to cover what I was supposed to cover and also come here, and I hope I didn't disappoint you also. Otherwise, thank you for your understanding, and also my apologies for disrupting your program. But having said that, ordinarily you start as presentation with some bit of protocol. Please allow me to skip this also to save time. Eh? I will save time by saying, if I don't acknowledge your presence, it's because we already know you are here and you are very important, and therefore Asandi. So that covers everyone. Now to this topic, I hope you can see the slides. Before you move the slide, people-centered justice, delivery of justice. I'm a man of stories, and allow me to give you a story. When you talk about people-centered, this is a real story. The slides, I don't know how many they are, so expect half an hour or so, but I'll be very fast in some of them. I don't have to read everything. I want to give a story that will lay, the basis of why we talk about people-centered. One of our colleagues, a judge, name withheld, late 80s, if I remember, was appointed as a magistrate. He was posted to, he said, no, this and this, those are dry areas then. I know it was very expansive, no communication, nothing. He found a case that was almost 3 months. Somebody had stolen, what do you call the baby of a camel? Is it a calf, like a cow? I don't know. Who knows English? A camel baby is called what? Okay, let's assume it's a calf. Eh? So he found a case where somebody had stolen somebody's baby camel, a calf. Eh? It had been there for 3 months. And the accused is there, the complainant is there, but the camel is suffering, the mother, the milk and so on. Eh? And then he is told, prosecutor, I don't know is where, those days they will be prosecuted by the police. Another 3 months adjournment. An old man in the crowd raised up his hand and said, Mheshimiwa, naomba unipe nafasi. Mimi naweza amua hii kesi within 15 minutes. Hey, my friend, I would mention his name, but it's a real story. Started wondering, how do you resolve a case 15 minutes? Those who know court language, PW1, PW2, PW3, and witnesses, we don't know how many they are. Until they close their case and they'll be asked questions. Then at the end of it, you have to make a ruling whether there's a case to answer. Sindio? Then at that stage, if you find he has a case to answer, he is put on his defense again. Another process begins of defense and then judgment. How do you do all that within 15 minutes? He was almost chasing them. You know, those days magistrates were powerful people. Madam Tuka nikwambia, they were powerful people. Ask Mr. Opulu. Even walking near ungekaa karibu na yeye hivyo. So now, does he exercise these magisterial powers, or what does he do? But something told him, watch, and I'll give you a chance. He said 15 minutes, come in the afternoon, because he thought 15 was a joke. The wazee got out quickly, and they said, wao mshtakiwa, nenda ulete mama, go and bring the mother of this baby. And you, the complainant, go and bring the mother of this baby. Thieves are always, I'm sure those who handle this case, you find they are always prepared. Unlike the complainant who is telling the truth anyway. You hear lies travel faster than the truth. So he went quickly and brought the mother. This time, if you remember those old like chiefs camp, there will be some round mabat houses. That baby was locked there. It was starving, no food, nothing. It was suffering during this period. Put that like now the complainant or the parties. Now, this thief, or let me use the word, the one who had been accused, went quickly and brought the mother. And the wazes were clever. They had put some nice meal there, hay, and some water. The cow came, saw water, or not the cow, but the camel, started drinking the water and enjoying the meal. Nicely, comfortably, because now it has reached imefika, sindio? This complainant had a problem. First of all, he went home. Akakuta zishapelekwa kulishwa. You know, they don't go, they are not taken near for food. Sinaenda mbali. And then from there, they are taken to where to find water. You people don't live in Kenya. You know, that's how we grew up, Mr. Opulu. You feed the animals, then you take them to the river, then on the way home. So now, by the time he found where they were, it's already early afternoon, later, and so on. But ultimately, he came back. Guess what? The cow came even before it went for water. It had not even eaten enough. Not the cow, but the camel. The moment it entered that compound, it changed. And I'm now communicating to see people centered justice and how they resolve disputes. It entered there, it saw the food, there is water, the other one is eating, but it smelled even the ground and started behaving funny. It went up to that mabati house, started walking around and called the baby. The baby answered. It called the baby again, the baby answered. They opened for it. It came to breastfeed, they smelled it the way they smelled, and they were now bonding and talking. The wazee said case imeisha, less than 5 minutes, not even 15. Are we talking now? So when you talk about people-centered justice, there's a sense in which some of these things we do in court can never be appreciated by the community they live in. I'll give another example. Another magistrate was posted to Meru. Those days they used to cut each other with pangas. No joke. I don't know if anybody comes from there. I don't know whether they still do. Murder cases were higher that. Then somebody fought with a relative. And he knocked out a number of teeth. Sio moja, ndelo fume la karibu. Then the accused, the assailant was charged in court, given bond. The offense is bailable. As he was going out, the complainant couldn't wait. You have released this thief. He removed a panga from his coat, cut him to death. The next day he was before the same magistrate, now as an accused person for murder. That's their sense of justice. It was so instant. Let me go back to the topic now, so that I don't bore you long many stories. And Madam Mutuku knows I normally have some stories. Some of them we can't finish here. Slide 1, my friend. You have to move with me now. I'll give you a story here. A story which will illustrate the importance of placing the people and their capacity at a central rather than placing the solution as a central issue. And if I repeat what has been said before by Munidia, because the way when I talked to him during tea break, it looked like he saw my paper, but he never. But he said some of the things he said there appear to have been in my paper. And the same thing, Madam Mutuku and the chairman Opul also did that. But let me put it in a way that I don't repeat. That's a story. A development worker went to a remote village. He was highly motivated and fully prepared to solve all villagers' problems and transform the primitive community. And he put that in quotes, because he looked like he was so, advanced. The local community there, they looked a bit primitive. So he saw the people as living in fear and apathy, not prepared to do anything to change their situation. The community told him about a monster, in quotes, across the valley, which they believed was sent by the evil spirits to kill them. They went to show the development worker where the monster was. They left him to face the beast alone. Sasa wanasema wenda huko. They reached the valley, wakamwambia wenda peke yako. And the guy, after crossing the valley, he discovered that the monster was nothing but an overgrown watermelon. You have heard that story? Kama hujasikia, then endelea kusikiliza. Nevertheless, to satisfy the villagers, he acted brave, in quote. This thing they are fearing is a watermelon which is overgrown, like a drum now. So he drew out his sword and dramatically cutting the watermelon into pieces as the villagers watched from a safe distance. You see, they were so far. He's killing something they have been afraid of. To his great dismay, the villagers did not welcome him back, despite what he had done for them. They requested him to leave the village in peace, fearing that he was yet another monster. They wondered how he could overcome the monster all alone, if he was not one himself. Later, there was again another watermelon. Another development worker came to the village, and learning of their fear, he asked them to join in with their traditional weapons. Now he has decided to tell them, kujeni twende na nyinyi, and face the monster. On reaching the place, they all set on the monster with their traditional weapons until they were able to cut it. I think the slide is mixed with another no-God slide. So, but ultimately, they joined with him and they cut it into pieces. Did they appreciate now? They realized this thing we will be calling monster is something else. Go to the next slide. Now here, I have one of those great scholars. There was a slide missing, but it was just one sentence also which covered what they did after that. But what they did is they were able to slice into pieces with him, and this time they didn't fear because they saw what it was. So Roscoe Pound argues that as much as the law was intended to regulate relationships between individuals, its implementation by the lawmakers has largely resulted into injustice. And that one is where the problem is. He argues that there has been immense dissatisfaction with the court system as well as lack of respect for the law. The causes of dissatisfaction extend to matters of bureaucracy, length of time cases take, that one I can confirm, distrust of judicial officers by the public, and expenses to be incurred. And that one summarizes now the general fear, why people fear these processes in court and so on. So, access to justice has been limited to formal courts and tribunals, most of which are inaccessible to the communities in the rural areas. The judiciary has endeavored to decentralize courts, but such communities still face challenges accessing the same. Some of the challenges faced include complexity of court procedures, use of legalese, that language, the lawyers and the judges know the language sometimes we use in court. Of course, nowadays we encourage, even in judgments, to be a bit relaxed because you are communicating to the people. The judgment is being consumed by the public, not even you. So that is something I think has been happening world over, that much as we enjoy the jargon, make it simpler and easy. Because at the end of the day, the affected party wants to know the outcome in a simpler way. Then complexity of court procedures, use of legalese language during court processes, which creates language barrier, delay in expedition of matters due to backlog of cases, that's one of the concerns, and lack of finances, and lack of awareness on the alternative justice system as a form of resolving disputes. Now, AJS, alternative justice system in Kenya. Faced with all these concerns, the judiciary sought to address these emerging concerns through policy interventions geared towards mainstreaming alternative justice system in Kenya. Soon after becoming the Chief Justice, Dr. William Mutunga formulated the Judicial Transformation Framework, JTF, 2012-2016, a reform blueprint that captured his plan to transform the judiciary through far-reaching reforms in the period 2012 and 2016. Those of you are around will remember the transformation agenda Dr. Willie Mutunga came up with. This framework was premised on 4 key pillars: people-focused delivery of service, transformative leadership, organization, culture and professional motivated staff, adequate financing resources and fiscal infrastructure, and harnessing technology as an enabler for justice. And when we talk about technology now, we all understand where it has brought us. So these 4 pillars were intended to be driven and implemented towards the realization of a further 10 key resource areas. So in acknowledgement of the constitutional duty to promote access to justice, the judiciary committed through the JTF, that's the Judicial Transformation Framework, to improve access to justice through building more courts, to reduce the distance to courts. I think now about 8 counties don't have high courts, and many other stations have been opened. That's increasing the number of mobile courts and developing a strategy to ensure that they work. Establish an effective system, including a litigants charter to provide information on court jurisdiction, fees, and calendar, reducing the cost of accessing judicial services, promoting a facilitated alternative dispute resolution, establishing an office of court counsel. Some of them have not been done in each court to assist litigants who are representing themselves to understand court procedures, and simplifying court procedures and making the court non-intimidating places, including establishing a customer care desk at every court station. I think some of those things are there, customer desk, etc. The judiciary also committed to set up special courts for children and other vulnerable groups, and to establish more claims courts and the courts of petty offenders. And you remember the Chief Magistrate has talked of the court which the CJ launched last week. I hope soon it will be fully operational. So the task of coordinating the implementation of judicial transformation fell on the shoulders of Professor Gugi, my friend, who headed this exercise. The task force membership was drawn from various organizations, including judiciary, civil society, ODPP, the National Anthem Commission, and all those listed there, quite a big group of groups. As part of its mandate, the task force has undertaken field studies in various parts of the country to investigate the use and prevalence of AJS and any linkages with the formal justice system, as well as synthesis of published works on alternative justice systems. On 27th August 2020, CJ Maraga, now retired, launched the Alternative Justice Systems Baseline Policy and Policy Framework, that is the AJS policy, which seeks to align AJS mechanisms and judiciary to the Constitution of Kenya 2010 and judiciary's framework for sustaining judicial transformation. The launch of the AJS policy was the culmination of the work of the task force on AJS, formed in March 2016. And the institutional framework at alternative justice systems. This is to give effect to the Article 1592, those who know, alternative forms of dispute resolution, and dispute resolution including reconciliation, mediation, arbitration, and traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. Please underline traditional there. We want to see whether that is working. AJS may be defined as the administration of justice by the people using their culture. You remember I talked about these people who are able to resolve a very simple case in 5 minutes, yet it was good to take the court a whole year. So, and talking about this, I do remember not long time ago, about last month also, some people from Sitana River, they came and resolved a murder case, 2 clans, and you know that is their sense of justice. They said, yes, the deceased died, we have sat as a family, the other family sat, and we agreed. We have compensated, we have taken care of the widow and the children, and we are here from the two, not only from the 2 families, but from the clan and neighbors. And I saw real justice. And to me, I couldn't resist saying, hiyo miaka umekaa ndani imetosha, enda nyumbani. And you go to receive him at home, wakasema ndio, he is one of us. A similar experience in Nyeri, where I think the deceased was a Maasai. In fact, he had killed his own brother. And then I found the case had been in court for so long because the prosecution could not get witnesses. Do you expect a brother or the father, and the mother was a witness, to come and give evidence for the son to be killed? So when I asked the prosecutor, akasema nao shida ni mashahidi. The lady stood up in court. Akasema yule alikufa ni mtoto wangu. Na mimi siwezi poteza watoto wawili. I can't lose two. I already accepted one is gone. Na sasa mnataka huyu mwingine tu ushahidi ni muue. Siwezi kubali hiyo judge. I told the state counsel, unasikia, where you get witnesses from? You have to withdraw this case. That time matuku na mambo ya Muratetu, and you have to withdraw this case. And she had to, because you can't, but they said them local, even at home, they have compensated. It's not the mother, the clan came and paid. And they sealed that gap and they moved on. Kawambia chukua mtoto wako mwende. I think that was, it was a sense of justice they would appreciate. Supposing I send him to death also, that mother would die the next day out of stress and so on. The list is long, and I'm trying to say people-centered justice. The reason is AJS is a form of restorative justice, as opposed to here wazungu retribution, punishment. It aims to ensure social inclusion and is generally more affordable, participatory, and more expeditious than the court process. Kumbuka ile kesi ya Ngamia. Alternative justice system and other alternative community justice systems have an inherent tradition of value, which is part of the cultural heritage of the local communities in Kenya. These systems have potential to deepen the access to justice due to their proximity to the people and their affordability, legitimacy entrenched in the cultural heritage, and enables them to promote cohesion and harmony within their communities. Sample this. If a neighbor kills another neighbor, he's still a brother to somebody, a husband to somebody, and so on. When he is killed, and sometimes they are killed, those families still live like that. And so on. So, but when the two communities come together, they move on and soldier ahead, because the decision is more acceptable to both of them. And I wish that could be extended even to family disputes. Well, that's where the problem lies. Family dispute. And elsewhere, I've told parties before me, in any case, the plaintiff, Yula Meshtaki, knows the truth. The defendant, Yula Meshtakiwa, knows the truth. The only person who doesn't know the truth is the judge and the magistrate. So who is on trial is the judge and the magistrate. We are the ones who are always on trial, 100%, Mr. Opolo. Because we don't know the truth, we must find it. If we get it wrong, you can imagine what happens. It's injustice. But if you tell these two people, see, you are brother and sisters, or you are from the same family angles, mwende mkae musikizane, and they come and say, we have agreed. Let me tell you, that decision is more acceptable than the court judgment, which is forced on them, because they have a value in what they have agreed, and they have agreed to move on. So alternative justice process helps to reduce the burden on courts and are meant to strengthen the links between formal and informal justice systems rather than replace the reliance on courts. AJ's policy recognizes the importance of justice systems outside the court system based on justice needs and satisfaction in Kenya. This means that about 90% of Kenyans resort in traditional informal systems if you look at that data. Because even now, most of these disputes are settled at home, let me tell you. And that's why sometimes we have problems in some areas when people want to settle cases involving minors who have been defiled and so on. And they see nothing wrong with that because they think we can settle and forgive each other and so on. Of course, they have a problem with the law and so on. So that's where now the line has to be drawn somewhere. TJS, that is traditional justice systems, has been defined. Now I'm defining later now that I've talked about it. Let's define it. All those people-based and local approaches that communities innovate and utilize in resolving localized disputes to attain safety and access to justice by all. I think that's the best definition I can give for this. There could be others, but the words people-based is worth noting. Local approaches, bring the mouth of the camel, and tumemaliza kesi, and so on. And then the community, they have innovated that to resolve similar disputes. I doubt whether the magistrate will remember that form of resolution, yet it was so effective and instant in resolving the dispute. Conflicts in the communities were resolved locally through informal sittings in the presence of village elders, kama myself, and other elders, Naupulu, in the community. This system focused largely on reconciliation. See, I think the old people will remember, the traditional system was msameana, hata kama mpigana na mzee usiku the whole night, you know, with the husband, the whole night you see them sitting there, and at the end of the day, you find somebody cooking tea, the other one, and they forget that Because the wazes have told them, let the bygone be the bygone, na wamekubali. So these conflicts focused on reconciliation rather than punishment. That's the biggest difference between the Mzungu law, which was brought to us by the colonials, and our traditional customs. They were always aimed at reconcile these people. Pay even 1 cow, 2 cows, a bag of maize. But ours is punishment. Pay the fine, go to jail. You have to suffer. And one of the purposes of punishment is, sanctions criminal law is to punish, because you are supposed to feel that umekosea. This system focused largely on reconciliation rather than punishment of the offenders, and social harmony was maintained amongst members of such community. Due to the reconciliatory approach achieved by AJS, or traditional dispute resolution mechanism, there was an inclusion of family and the community as a whole. In Kenya, AJS is still treated as an alternative to the courts as opposed to be an addition to the formal courts system. Despite this, various communities use these AJS to resolve disputes. Communities such as Geriama, because you told me to say something about the cost. Nikasoma, isipokuwa siyatoka hapa, if there is a Geriama here, usiseme nimekosea. I think I interviewed 2 or 3, usiniuliza walikuwa wapi. So it is worth mentioning that informal systems of justice are not restricted to traditional justice system. TJS also include community-based dispute resolution systems. I already told you about the people from Lamu, this side of Tana River, who came, the 2 communities coming together to say tumesameana. Non-state justice systems or faith, watu wa makanisa pia. I remember once or twice, at that time I was in practice, I think, a pastor came, akasema, these people are members of my church, we don't want them to divorce. And somehow we resolved their case. I lost my fees. Customary courts, and these ones were fierce. If anybody from Meru, no campus, we used to have them and so on. Community forums, then administrative, kwa chief. I don't know how many of you know the chief was a powerful man those days. He could hear even any sort of dispute, and his word was final. Those things have changed now. I know tutasema niende kwa chief nini, but they used to have a role. That was the first port of call, even now I think in many areas, when somebody has a problem, even in your own family. It essentially entails the adjudication of a dispute by a third party who is not a judicial officer and guided by traditions, customs, and practices, emphasize practices, because some of these things are carried from generation to generation. Of course, they are being eroded now by, I doubt whether the next generation, wikitoka hii yangu kama wataijua, which are often not written in a statute. Usually, the customary courts and the administrative authorities are hybrids in nature, as they are set up in conjunction with state organs. Key stakeholders, all those I've listed there, according to me. Nowadays, we even have number kumi, the elders, civil society. That's why as civil society here, you are saying this is a good topic for us, and so on. But if you go back to our jurisprudence from courts before 2010, you get worried now. And that's the one we grew up with, me and Opolo, those, and maybe Munita, those of us who are there. Customary law was treated as inferior. That's what the Wazungu, that's the last law we learned. If you remember section 232 of the Judicial Act, it had ranked all the laws in something what I call in priority sort of. The High Court, the Court of Appeal, and all the subordinate courts shall be guided by the Constitution, these things from England, what are they, common law, principles of equity, etc. Alafu kwa chini wanasema African customary law, traditional African customary law, provided the custom is not repugnant to justice and morality. That's what the section says by the even today. Then a question is raised. How can a people's custom be repugnant to their own sense of justice and morality? Whose morals are they talking about? If we talk about morals now, the African people have their own morals, their own culture, their own sense of justice and morality. But now you are telling them this law of yours is good. No, we can only apply it if it doesn't injure that long list. Read section 3.2. The repugnance clause has formed the basis, or it formed the basis for the disqualification and treatment of customary law as inferior. Additionally, the inferiority has been betrayed by the fact that customary law is an uncodified source of law and therefore must be proved in court. Remember, just be proved. I think few cases I've seen people giving expert evidence on customs. I remember Gisborne Kamau Kuria testified in one. That was the SM Otieno case, I think, where the Luos were saying, if you die, you belong to the clan. And the wife Wambui, who died not long time ago, is my husband. I have the right to bury. And the Court of Appeal agreed with this custom. You remember he was buried at Uko. I doubt whether today, Mr. Opulu, that would be the case. I know Madam Tuku will say, no, I need my husband, whether dead or alive. but it was a very interesting case those days. And I know most of them were still young. Please, we saw me one. A lot has changed since then, because I doubt whether some of these customs can stand anyway. But she went to court first, found a Mzungu judge known as Frank Shields. Those who started practice early, there was a Mzungu known as Frank Shields from Scottish. I remember his language used to be, you couldn't hear the last word because of the S and so on. And he said a very brief judgment. What are you talking about? The wife has a right to bury a husband. I agreed then. I was a young lawyer. But the clan, not even the family, the clan went to court. They were called, I think, Omer Kagero, something like that. They went to court and mounted a very, very fierce battle. The case went over to the Court of Appeal. Were they 5 judges, Mr. Pulama 3? I can't remember the bench. 5 judges. And to dedicate 5 judges then was not easy. In the appellate, the highest court in the land then, Akukwana Supreme Court, they agreed that he be married at home. Whether that was, is by, I don't know, they upheld the custom, and the rest are details. So additionally, the inferiority has been portrayed by the fact that these laws are not codified and must be proved in court. And I want to emphasize that. And that becomes a problem also in many cases, even in marriages. Somebody comes, akumukupeleka mbuzi kwetu, hatukuwa tumeolewa, and so on, tulikuwa tunakaa. When I was in practice, I remember once or twice I had to chase somebody from, he wanted, it was a dispute after the son had died. Actually, there was I was handling a fat accident claim, so the money was about to come. Then Mzee comes and said, huyu hatakuwa ameolewa, I want all the proceeds. What do you mean? Walikuwa wanakaa wapi? The rest are details, but I told him, if you want to claim that utaenda kotini, this is the wife. Of course, he hated me for that, but I had to uphold the law anyway and do what was right. Na wako na watoto, wako na kila. The least you could do is to give him 25,000, which was a lot then. Wote pewa pesa kidogo, mtoto ni wako sikatai, na mama akasikubali, na bibi mpewe. Hii ingine yote, hao watoto wa miaka 2 nani atasomesha? Utawasomesha? The rest are details. Let's go back to the Constitution. It recognizes traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, by the way. Article 61, is it 61, then Article 1592E, 1593, and then it says, this is on land now. Yeah, 61 is on land. Land in Kenya shall be held, used and managed in a manner that is equitable, efficient, productive, and sustainable, and in encouragement of communities to settle land disputes through recognized local community initiatives consistent with this constitution. I'm not in the land court. I hope this one is very much applied. There's a reason why drafters in 2010 put this, because some of these customs also, they know the history of the land and so on. Also others were oppressive to women and so on. Then Article 1592E, 1593 of the Constitution provide for traditional mechanisms as a means of alternative dispute resolution, which courts and tribunals need to consider when exercise their judicial authority, and also the limitations to apply traditional dispute resolution mechanisms. I think the only limitation I know is that they should not be against the Constitution and so on. Otherwise, we have room even to apply some of these things in court. The problem now, generationally, ile najua all those things seems to be going, and they are not quantified. I think I should write a book now. The only one I remember is Eugene Cotran. Is there another one, Mr. Munidia? It's only Eugene Cotran, written by a Mzungu, not an African. Sasa Munidia, can you go and write one for us? Okay, the origin of the and concept people centered the delivery of justice. This jurisprudential history of limitations of applying traditional dispute resolution mechanism, if unchecked, may act as an impediment to the application of traditional dispute resolution mechanisms under Article 1592. So this jurisprudence that was there now in the past, if it's not checked, those cases will still be cited, among others. And also, customary laws are closely interlinked and interconnected. There is therefore a need for a change of mindset and perceptions among us judges, lawyers, and the wider citizenry towards customary law if traditional justice systems are to contribute to enhance access to justice for the communities. So now next time you are posted to a local area, one need to know what do they believe in and whether that really satisfies their sense of justice. I've quoted a friend, Dr. Karugi Muigwa, I think now he's a doctor or professor. He commented on this case and he says the applicability and or appropriateness of traditional dispute resolution mechanism in settling criminal cases. The paper puts forth the argument that whereas court's aim is to punish the accused persons, thus retributive in nature, traditional justice systems prefers restorative justice. I've supported my earlier argument. That's what this author says. He's a lecturer at the University of Nairobi. In civil cases, courts seem to be relying on the phrase, quote, repugnant to justice and morality, to decline applications to solve dispute by alternative justice systems. There is one case there of 2011, an application for injunction to prevent the respondents from settling a land dispute by jury Jeke, that was from the Meru area, was allowed. Court relied on Article 1593 and so on. It opined that the Kituri, I don't know what that means, Kase, who is from Meru, is a case known as that, and the Denge oath that were to be carried out by the jury in Jeke were painful and degrading to humans, therefore repugnant to justice and morality. The same question comes again. If the people believed in some of these things, how does it then affect their sense of justice and morality? The Mijikenda in Kenya, I won't say much about these ones. That paragraph talk about their origin and so on. But the bottom line is that they also add a way of solving their own disputes in the next slide. And many elaborate institutions and mechanisms for resolving conflict arising from the belief that major catastrophes like drought and famine, pestilence and epidemics do not just occur, but are rather caused by the minds of the evil, known as, the name is there, and the most prominent one is known as Kaya. If you remember the Kaya elders, I want to apply to become one of them. By 2018 annual, by the 2018 annual Gender Festival, that is just some of the things they do. You can read the slide later. But there's a very important thing about these systems by the local people here. I picked two ones because they are from the coast. The topic has something to do with the coast. To make the dream of having the traditional court a reality, advocates and lawyers from the Mijikenda clans provided a pro bono legal support, handled legal processes and documents for the reinstituting the court, and donated the required legal fees. The Malendi Rights Forum shared a partner knowledge and experiences concerning human rights and legal issues. The Magarin Cultural Center also gave advice on matters of cultural and customs of the Mijikenda people. So the Mijikenda Traditional Court was finally launched in September 9, 2020 in Magarini, Kilifi, not far from where we are, in the presence of important community members, government officials, and other collaborators. So the main role of this court is to ensure that it arbitrates rules and resolves cases presented by community members, educates government decision makers and community members on legal and customary laws, including their rights and responsibilities, and obtains feedback from community members on partnered public issues like political governance, and then represents their voices to decision makers. The court will mainly focus on handling sensitive and private cases. As they are stated, the reinstituted traditional court will cover the entire scope of issues that affect the Mijikendas, including but not limited to politics, leadership, land and conflict, etc., as they are listed. The court mainly focuses on handling sensitive and private cases where the individuals wish to share their issues not with the government, but rather with someone who understands their context. And there, I remember Mr. Opulu saying some people are beaten and then they don't share with anybody. Please come and share with me. Then we move now to the Mijikenda Traditional Court as 3 levels. That's basically its constitution. The way it's constituted with those 3 levels. I've also defined each one of them and what they do. Then I move on to there is Iraqi, is called that name Vaya, and it's made up of chief judges who have been trained in the law and take an oath of allegiance to protect social order. It appears to be organized. My reading of this was very much, it was a very interesting reading. But this material is also available. I can give 1 or 2 books where you can get this. One is done by FIDA, I think, and there was another one I got somewhere. Now, the challenge is here, shortage of funding like other institutions. And then there's also the need to promote and publicize the court so that the citizens can start to participate in its proceedings. And then it's also mobilizing resources to cover the costs. And many of the traditional justice systems do not meet the threshold of fundamental freedoms and human rights. And I think Muniti also mentioned something like that. And then sentences imposed are sometimes contrary to human rights. They can be brutal, by the way. If you remember how people used to be punished, many traditions. And also, but sadly, information about these systems are rarely documented, so we can't say much about them. On the challenges, unless you interview people, like I sometimes do, some procedures don't provide for the right of appeal. I doubt where people would appeal in some of these traditional courts. And of course, some groups could be excluded. And then some bit of lack of accountability, also the way they are regulated, and there are no procedures for complaints. You just go and launch a complaint, you don't know where to start, and so on. So those are some of the shortcomings which I noted. Then where some practices are similar in various communities in Kenya, others are contradictory. Unlike courts which get support from the government and direct payment of fees with free cost, there is no budget allocation to the various councils of these elders. The former courts are not united on whether AJS should be used to resolve serious criminal cases. Remember, I talk about serious criminal cases because I mentioned one I settled the other day the way I explained. And sometimes you even apply to withdraw, you find nobody wants to withdraw the case, especially the one I talked about in Nyeri. They were trying to withdraw, but the prosecution was saying no. Then I asked them, where will you get a witness? If the witness is the mother who cannot come, or who doesn't want to come and sacrifice her second son, and she had only 2 children. But it has advantages also. It promotes restorative justice rather than retribution. These are take-home, please. And it's not adversarial. These are take-home point. It elevates the burden from the overcrowded prison systems. Also, the AJS therefore plays a major role in promoting access to justice, but have since not been incorporated in the formal system. The informal justice system also are cost-effective. They are less expensive than the courts. In some areas in Mombasa, I think Madam Mutuku mentioned, we have tried ADR. I'm not sure whether people are very positive about it. Sometimes you suggest arbitration. Some do accept depending on the dispute, others don't want. But again, the most difficult ones are even the family cases where you expect arbitration. And you're telling people to go to their angle who has been their enemy number one, then they will not trust it. Whom they perceive is the guy who is behind all their problems. So, but you tell them somebody else to go and sit there, they look with a lot of suspicion. But it's a forum where I think people should embrace. It's effective, and the decisions are also more acceptable. Recommendations need to codify some of these concepts and practices, and even norms, so and the traditional resolution mechanism, so as to protect them for the future. Then a mechanism ought to be put in place to allow court to refer cases to traditional justice system, because we don't seem to have a clear mechanism of what to place. And remember, the parties also need to accept. Others want to fight it in court because the guy has been very much enemy number one, and they want to see him in the dock. So you are sending us home, we start seeing him just next door. Somebody told me that anyway once. I think I was in practice, and I was telling people to try and talk, and they were not kind at all. So there is need to develop models for collaboration between the two systems to improve the delivery of justice, resolve disputes, and protect the rights. The TJS should have representation from all community groups, including the youth, women, men, etc., so that it's more inclusive. There is also need to build the capacity of these institutions so that they can also do a better job and also to be more user-friendly. A referral system should be developed also so that we can see how cases to be referred to them. The rest are just reading materials. If you are interested, you can also read so that you get wiser. Otherwise, thank you very much for listening. And if I bored you or took longer, it's not like me, but the topic was interesting, funny enough. Thank you very much. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Judge, for that very elaborate and comprehensive presentation. We actually have learned a lot from him. 15 years ago, Judge, we began exploring the possibility of restorative justice in the criminal justice system. And the most resistance we got was from lawyers, saying, how can you talk about restorative justice in a system that is built on adversarial norms? So it's refreshing to see that this day and age, 15 years later, that we are beginning to embrace restorative justice and indeed alternative justice mechanisms. I will not belabor. We have listened and gained a lot, and I would like to now open up for plenary. We have overshot on time, but we will redeem the time. Do not be worried. We will have plenary, and we will reschedule the afternoon session. So if we can have mics around, and I will call on you. Please raise up your hand if you do have a question. Question could be on Judge's presentation or any other presentations that we have had this morning. Yes, Vivian. Mic to Vivian, please. Please introduce yourself again and the organization you represent, and proceed to ask the question.
Thank you so much. Your Lordship, the Principal Judge, my name is Vivian Kambaga. I had introduced myself before. I am the Deputy Regional Coordinator, Deputy to Mr. Hassan, and I'm happy to be here. I have really learned a lot, and I've enjoyed your presentation because of the stories that kept popping as you were making the presentation. So it was really lively, and there was a lot that I was able to capture and learn. So mine is a comment, mostly. You said that at some point when the issues of alternative justice systems were being introduced, and especially in the most serious cases, the murder cases, it appeared like the office of the DPP was a bit reluctant. I want to agree with that perspective, but I think that majorly it's because a while back we did not quite have the systems. And you realize that when a matter is already registered in court and it's proceeding, and people are again talking, the prosecutor is again talking to the victims or even the accused and trying to sort out the case, and especially if it's a serious case, if it's a murder case or if it's a serious anti-corruption case, you'll realize that there'll be a lot of eyebrows, there'll be a lot of aspersions on what you're doing. Are you doing the right thing? There's no transparency. So I think the biggest challenge that we had at the time is that we did not have structures to ensure that there was transparency and accountability. So currently I think it's working really well, because now we have a policy. The DPP has a policy on plea bargaining, has a policy on diversion. And a lot of times when we are having these conversations, because we realize, and I agree with Judge, that right now it's important to try, even as you're trying to solve disputes, it's important to lean more on the restoration part. Because much as you want to get the punitive penalties, these are people who are supposed to continue living together in the society. These are families that are expected to continue living together as sisters, as brothers, as neighbors. So that is an option that currently the DPP is very open to, and we have seen that, and we'll still keep seeing more of that, that where parties are genuinely willing to settle some cases. And again, I want to say that it's every case, we consider every case on the merits of that case. But especially in cases involving families, brothers and sisters, I'm currently handling a number of murder cases where we are exploring those options, and this is an option that is currently very open for the DPP. Thank you.
Thank you, Vivian. Judge, with your permission, we could take a few more and then allow you to respond. Questions, comments? There's a question. There's one there, and there's Mr. Okulu here.
Okay. Good afternoon. Sophia from the media. I was kindly asking what happens when a matter has been heard by the alternative justice system and one of the parties does not accept the ruling or rather the judgment, maybe from the community or any other means of the alternative justice system. So what is the way forward after one of the party has not accepted the ruling? Thank you.
Thank you. Opulu? Mr. Opulu is seated right. Another mic, please. Another mic.
Mine is probably a comment relating to what the DPP has said on plea bargaining. I've always believed that plea bargaining, the problem with plea bargaining is that as much as the parties are bargaining, they don't have power to decide sentence. And that is the only thing that makes people fear coming into plea bargaining. And then the DPP also is never eager to welcome plea bargaining. They're always eager to prosecute, and they are always eager to put people behind bars, as they say. So as much as we tell the DPP about alternative justice system, they don't believe it. They are just playing with our mind here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Opulu. And perhaps just taking advantage and saying, and would like to hear from Judge, in light of what he's saying, do the sentencing policy guidelines play a role? You know, would they, for instance, deal with the issue that Mr. Opulu is raising? Any other question? Yes, please. There's a hand there and one hand at the back, and then we will hand over to Judge to comment.
My name is Aisha Mohammed. Mine is just a comment. Maybe the Honorable Judge can help us. With regard to the possibilities of the alternative justice systems being misused in terms of the costs that may be derived by the councils of elders and other people who are interested, because everyone now is talking about the alternative justice systems. What can we do, or what can we put in place to moderate issues of cost? Because we may find ourselves in a situation where people are asking for even 100 cows to settle a case. What are those things that we can do as justice actors to enable us control alternative justice systems mechanisms in terms of the cost implication? Because the idea is that it's supposed to be cost effective and affordable. Thank you.
There was a hand at the back.
Hello, guys. I'm Simon Dambuki, and I would like to first say thank you to Honorable Judge for the deliveries done. It was quite mind-opening, especially to me. Now, I would like to ask on the issue of that alternative judicial system. Does it have a scope like a child has been molested? Should I still seek alternative justice? And secondly, the correctiveness, like the punitive, what value will it add to the guy who had done that mess? Will it add value to him? It will destroy him like totally. We shall lose him. He can do it again and still go to that alternative judicial system. So, thank you.
Can we allow Judge to answer that round of questions? So, I can see Lule has a burning, probably connected to the others, and then we can allow you, Judge.
Not very burning, but I thought we could just ride on the questions that have also been raised. Just to thank the Lordship for the very insightful presentation. And I'm very particular about the issue of the Mijikenda Traditional Court. That for us, I think, was very, very exciting, and I was wondering,
I was saying, I wanted to thank you first, Your Lordship, for the very good and very insightful presentation that you've made. And I was very particular as a member of the NPO, non-profit organizations, specifically on the issue of the Mijikenda Traditional Court. And I was wondering, how then can we as civil society help in functionalizing and operationalizing the Mijikenda Traditional Court? Because we are within the coast region. Mijikenda, of course, is dominant within the region, and I was just wondering, what role can we play to just sustain and operationalize the courts? Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass over to you, Judge.
I'll start with the last one. Possibly it's the easiest or the most difficult, I'm not sure. How the civil society can assist. There's a lot you can do. Maybe you can get their contact. I'll look for the material I have, see whether I'll get your number. Once you get their contact, I think you can now talk to them and see how you can help them. Either Kilifi or Malindi, if I'm not wrong, one of those places, but I don't have the exact number. Mine was just to interview people here and there. They even didn't know what I was looking for. And I also read the last 24 hours, nimesoma. And then for Simon, he was asking whether these cases have a scope. Even though I didn't get you properly, like now that child who has been defiled, if that's what you meant. But as a background, let me say that, and I think the CM is here, we have been visiting prisons in this region. I went to Manyani, a very big prison, almost 1,000 inmates. Nikawaambia wale mletwa hapa ni ile makosa sitasema ni gani, inua mkono. Almost everyone. Let me tell you, people have been jailed because of some of these cases. But she will tell you the cases they go through. A 2-year-old child defiled by a grown-up wako na ndevu, and sometimes in a very brutal way. So it's so difficult. Some of these cases are not easy to settle. That's what I'm saying. And some of them attract a lot of so when you talk about cases can be settled, you find some of them are not easy. In fact, it's even easier to settle a murder case than those ones. I'm saying that because recently I saw in the work I do, I saw people from I think they were from ESCC, a very funny complaint. Someone was jailed in Kwale Court for a sexual offense. Then the next day they see him out, and the family is there, they are running away, and he makes it worse, threatening them. They don't know anything called bail pending appeal. Kumbe that person will be released on bail pending appeal. Maybe I'll tell you what that is. But as they were trying to find out whether things were done the proper way, because I had to call for the files, niangalie, nikaambia hii bail pending appeal is provided for under this section. And if it's granted, that's the judicial function. You cannot really say a lot. But the beauty of it, that same day or that same week, he lost his appeal. He went back to jail. Meaning he was still guilty. So when these people know what happened, they see somebody out, they really make a lot of noise. They start saying corruption, what, because they don't understand some of these things. So some of the cases may not. And I've talked about others is to settle, like even the murder and others, they are much easier than those which evoke a lot of emotion. Mohammed asked what the possibility of this alternative justice system be infused. And I can say it's already there, Article 159. And also he asked what can be put in place to moderate costs. Because some people somebody ask for 100 goats or 100 cows. The beauty of it, in all the communities in Kenya, like the people came to me from Tana River, they have a price in the event of death. I think either 40 cows or 40 camels, I don't know. The Maasai who I had from that side of the need, they had a price. They told me this is what we pay in our customs. If you go to the Kamba, the same. Every community in Kenya knows what they pay for some of these offenses. So it's, and they will have no basis for asking 100. If they commercialize, that is something else. Mr. Opolo talked about plea bargaining. And he's not persuaded, is the DPP are embracing it, but I can confirm, Mr. Opolo, in the short period I've been here, in fact, we distributed form, not even me, the in charge of DPP at the cost. We distributed many of these forms in the prisons, and we will be collecting them. And I gave my own experience. There's a time I was in Eldoret for a whole month. I released close to 100 people using this mechanism. You don't just go and negotiate. It's quite a process. You're given a form, you agree, you're allowed to have your own lawyer there. Some of them came with their lawyers. And once they agree, I'm going to change my plea if I'm serving a sentence or if I'm coming for the first time. Then there will be a sentencing report from a probation officer. And even then they will interview the victims of the crime, if it's somebody who had died, the family, the local community, and to see whether this person can be accepted back in the community. They are willing, they're forgiving each other. And most of them do forgive. When they say they were just drinking, for example, those guys who drink, me, I don't. They were just taking beer, or they quarreled over that beautiful girl in the village. I don't know why people kill each other for girls, and so on. so now they say that is water under the bridge. Eh? So when they do all that, you take that into account. Most of them say we want him back in circulation. Eh? Others say we don't. And I'll give you an example. Again, I was in Voi not long time ago. It was my first sitting there, I think, after I came to Mombasa. Somebody had been charged with the murder. He took a plea before me. And the lawyer stood up and applied for bail and put a very good case for bail. The counsel for the DPP didn't oppose. And then I don't know, I had sense, either from the age and the experience. I said, you people, you know this person. Me, I don't know him. Kuna probation officer hapa kotini. Lucky enough, nikaitiwa moja. They are not far from the Voi court. And a nice mzee came. Is your home far? Nikamwambia ni hapo tu karibu, sio inaitwaje? Get me a report tomorrow. Na uandike ukweli, umesikia? Kasema yes sir. So the report which came was the opposite. The family doesn't want this boy. He had killed a brother. The children of this brother don't want to. Everybody, even the Numbakumi said, to bring him here, we shall kill him. I think they thought he'd be acquitted. So when the report came next day, nobody spoke. I told them I was going to make a serious mistake if I release this person without this report. You can see if I agreed the first day, the court would have been blamed. So there are other mechanisms of checking the background to find out whether this person can go back to circulation and whether the society will receive. Otherwise, you can be released and be killed the next day. But plea bargaining is working so long as well managed and people know what. In fact, they even asked me, some of them wanted, I'm giving them the forms, I'm getting the feedback, now it's gone. Sophia was asking, what happens when a party to AJS does not accept the decision? It's very simple, depending on the nature of the case. For example, in civil cases, we don't close the case when you go to ADR. No, the file remains open. And so that doesn't die, you are given a mentioned date to report back. And when people come back wanasema hatukubaliana, we start again and we hear the case. And most of them, even the ones we send to the court annex mediation, most of them end up coming back, unfortunately. So I keep on saying we'd rather hear it in the first place. Otherwise, why come back after 3 years wasted and you come back and say we never settled? Lastly, we have Lillian's was a comment from the ODPP. And all I can say, I think hers was really a comment. I can add something to, and I was talking to the in charge of ODPP here, and I said, not every prosecution, not every investigation should lead to a prosecution. And Mr. Abdi agreed with me. We are sorting many cases out at that stage. And then I told him again, not every prosecution will end up in a conviction. When Madam Mutuku is weighing the evidence, a lot of it falls aside, and then acquittal follows. And that is the process. That's why there has to be that process. But now I'm also saying, not every conviction should resort to a jail term, for example. You look at the sentencing guidelines, look at the nature of the case, the mitigation, and if this boy, you know, depending on how the offense was committed, he can go on probation. Please do so. And that's what I've been saying, and even talked to magistrates and told them they need to do that. Why? In our trips to prison, they are overflowing with the people. Let me tell you, the Shimolatewa here, they are more than 3 times their capacity. You can imagine now the strained facilities, how they sleep, how they eat, and they are human beings. And I always say there are certain things you should not do it to a human being just because it's a human being. In fact, the only prison which is empty ni ya wanawake hii ya Shimolatewa The officers are more than the inmates, 3 times more. I really laughed and I said, women are good people, they don't sin. Thank you very much for the long, and forgive me for the long answers.
Honorable Mutuku, sorry. Oh, sure. Could we allow Honorable Mutuku to say a word, and then we will hear the comments from the chat.
Sorry, yeah, I think it's okay. The judge having spoken, I have no comments. Thank you.
That's why I sought for his indulgence.
He says I agree.
Thanks, Honorable Mutuku. So we could listen to the comments from our online participants.
Okay, so we have Eric Roger with a comment saying, without justice in the world, we cannot have peace. The two are intertwined. Annie Murimi says, excellent presentation. Indeed, our justice system has come from far. And Jane Onyango, the court has rolled out the court annex mediation. What safeguards have been put in place to deal with misuse of ADR, where parties subject themselves to the process, and when the case seems not to favor them, they withdraw and revert back to court, which causes unnecessary delay to the case?
Are there more?
No, just the three. Or
Thank you.
one question.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes for this plenary remaining. We could take one more round of questions. If there is anyone who would like to ask, there's a hand there. And as she goes there, allow me just to request the panelists who are in the other sessions to please indulge us. We would like to have the panel sessions in the afternoon because we have overshot in time. Please indulge us and allow us to move them to the afternoon. Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, I'm Evans Agutu. Evans is here through the courtesy of Kituo cha Sheria, but I come from Interior, Ngao. I think we are the main consumers of this Article 159 ADR, and I was also privileged to be part and parcel of AGS when Professor Ngugi invited us in Kilifi for about 2 days. My concern is that there are very many issues or cases finding their ways into courts, yet there are issues which can be dealt with at our level as administrators. My concern is, I don't know whether the act or the policy is already in place, the ADR policy. And if it is not in place, then it is high time we need to fast track it, because for justice to be people-centered, and the old adage reminds us that justice delayed is always justice denied. Then it is high time to fast track this process so that we can have the ADR policy framework in place, and also we have the minimum threshold on cases which can find their ways to criminal justice system and the cases which can be handled at this level. So I want to challenge our legal fraternity that please move with the rocket speed if we are really up to the task of ensuring that the justice is accessed by everyone. So that is my humble request to our presiding judge also, because I'm not a legal practitioner, but I'm not limited to the aspect of the law. So I just want to request, if I know there are case laws, sometimes the High Court pronounce judgment and they become case laws. I want to ask, humbly request, that this is an area which we need to move with speed to ensure that our people get justice. I want to give an example of a case I had last week. I gave out a summon. It was a dispute case. And I came to realize that the complainant already was in court with the same case, and my hands were tied up because once the matter is before the court, we have nothing to do but to proceed to court. But I was wondering how the matter reached the court, yet the defendant was not served in time. He was only given a day. So I did advise that you need to go before court and request for more time also to engage their lawyers. So I think, and it was a petty issue. So I just request that let us look into this matter if we really up to the task, and if we are really looking forward to implement that Article 159, which is from the supreme law of the land. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Thank you. Any other hand? Yes, there's a hand right here. And just on Mr. Munyithia. I was about to call you Honorable Munyithia, Justice Munyithia. I think it's in the spirit. And then there's a
I want to thank the judge for a well-elaborated paper. I can imagine the Minister of Medicine had to write a very good and engaging paper to remind us about access to justice. I like the examples. There's an issue that has been raised, and I'm happy that in this meeting we have many people from civil society, academia, and I'm happy that Kariuki is here, and he has actually researched on the Mijikenda and traditional systems of solving disputes. I think what we can do ourselves as civil society and to empower some of the traditional courts is to use community paralegals, and I'm happy that Kituo cha Sheria is in the forefront of training community paralegals so that they can really then get in touch with the communities, train the Nyumba Kumi, train the elders on human rights approach to dispute resolution. I know that in the traditional court we do not allow cross-examination. We don't allow examination chief. People are just told, you speak, you listen, then a judgment is made. I like the idea about the camel that we have been given today. So I want to implore all of us who are here that take home for the judge's speech is how best can we make our communities a better place by training them on respect for human rights when they are dispensing judges. Of course, there are cases which may have to find their way in court. We must accept that. Then again, you have a role to train people then on how to access the courts. Then there is another question that has come from, I think, online from Jen Onyango. Court annexed mediation has timelines. Within 60 days, the matter must be resolved. If it's not resolved, then the parties go back to court. And if you go before a mediator who follows those rules, you realize that a mediator is not a judge. It's a facilitator. It's a third party who enables these parties to come up with a decision which is acceptable to them and win-win situation. So what I encourage, and for the community paralegals present, is then get acquainted with the court annexed mediation, the rules, so that when you talk to communities or you talk to disputants out there, they know what is it they are going into. Thank you.
So we'll take the last question. The conversation continues, so if you have a question, please bear with us. We'll just take one last one, so we close the session, but the conversation continues.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Ndavera. I'm a former convict. I've been in Shimolatewa for the last 9 months. I was accused of stealing by servant, but the case was dismissed for non-attendance of the complainant in court since 2017. My case was, I ended up in prison because my bond was cancelled after failing to attend court at one particular occasion because of my father's health condition. While at Shimolatewa, I noticed there are so many prisoners who are in remand for the cases which would have been resolved outside the court. For example, there was a particular case of an assault between man and woman. The man had suspected the woman of extramarital affairs and slapped the woman. The woman went and reported in court, and they processed the case in court. And the man has been in prison was in prison for in remand for the last 3 years. Then Huria came in and gave us a clinic. After that clinic, we were discussing on ourselves how to get out of that hand from the court on our own. On that particular case, this man who was in prison for 3 years, a remand prison, we convinced him to forgive the wife, because the man was so much in pain that he would never forgive the wife for putting him in jail. And the wife, because was not coming in court, the case had to stall for the last 3 years. So we convinced the man to forgive the wife, and I myself called the wife through the prison facilitation. I called the wife, I asked the wife to forgive the man, and the man is ready to forgive. And the next mentioned date, the wife came and the case was dismissed. So I'm here to comment on this alternative justice team. It is working. It has worked for me also. It has worked for other people. The only thing that needs to be done is to have a better framework in civil training and having people know their rights. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge. Mic for the judge, please.
Well, most of them are really not questions. Others asked questions and they ended up answering, so I thank them for shortening. Evans wanted to know whether ADR policy is in place. In fact, if you look at each and every court in the Republic, you find court annex mediation, including functioning mediation rooms are there. And it does take place. And even sometimes the court prompts the parties whether they really want to go to arbitration. And to me, arbitration is one of the most effective ways of resolving disputes, as I said earlier, acceptability and also shortens time. And that leads me to the other question by the lady, I think it's a lady named, the one who said people will come back again to court. That was Onyango, going back to court. And also the safeguards in terms of time frame were explained by Mr. Munithia. And the court, I may not give you a blank check. I'll tell you, report back within 30 days, 60 days, 40 days, so that there's a mechanism of controlling from the court and we get the report. The only thing you may not control is the outcome. If somebody comes and says, I'm not happy with this decision, then you hear the case, because now that will amount to forcing a decision on parties that don't want it. And then the person from prison talked, the person who was in prison talked about his experience, and also somebody else mentioned paralegals. And this reminds me, my visits to prison, there is a need for those people to be helped by paralegals there. In fact, they keep on asking me to let watu tusaidie kuandika appeals, submissions, and so on. I'm also making an appeal to the civil society here, if you can visit those people and help assist them this way. I may mention that some of the best decisions in a constitutional law, criminal matters, come from prison, not even from outside. I can give a few, like the one that declared detaining children under presidential pleasure. That was a petition by small children people in prison. Even the one also that talked about detaining mentally or mental people, the ones who have mental issues at president's pleasure. And when I look at some of these cases, they raise very pertinent constitutional questions on the validity of an indeterminate sentence, a sentence that is endless at somebody's pleasure. So if these people are enabled, they can do better. And I think I've touched on those comments. I don't think whether the others were questions. Otherwise, Asante.
Thank you very much, Judge, for generously sharing your knowledge. Distinguished participants, thank you for staying engaged throughout, and this marks the end of the morning session. We will have a short photo session
and Tony will come and tell us how we're going to do it, but we will just have it for 5 minutes. We would like to be back in the room by 2:05 for the afternoon session. Tony, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. I think we need to appreciate her for the session.
My name is Brenda Joseph, now with the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. It's a constitutional body, and I'm based in the Coast Regional Office as the regional coordinator.
Good afternoon. Thank you for with the National Legal Service and the regional coordinator for Mombasa and by extension the Coast Region. The National Legal Service whose sole mandate is to oversee a state-backed legal program.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aisha Mohammed. I work with the Commission on Administrative Justice, commonly known as the Office of the Ombudsman, and I represent the Coast Regional Office. We are based in Mombasa. Basically, our mandate is to address complaints on poor administration against the public sector.
Good afternoon. My name is Robert Karani. I work for Witness Protection Agency. I am based here at Mombasa. Our mandate as an agency is to provide a special protection to witnesses on behalf of the state. Witnesses are people who have important information. They are ready and willing to cooperate with law enforcement agencies or the prosecution in order to achieve justice. Thank you, and I'm happy to be here.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Moses Maina. I work for Kiunga Youth Movement Initiative. Being supported by the PEACE program, we are working in Lamu County.
Vivian, please. We have two panels. Panel representing the ODPP. Right, and as she sits, this morning when the chair of Mombasa Law Society was speaking, he talked about many challenges that impede access to justice in the Coast region. So we'd just like to hear from you on a more positive note, from where you sit, what are the gains that have been made with respect to enhancing access to justice in the Coast region? And again, we'll just take a round of responses, starting with you, Adika. Have we made any gains? Is it all bad?
In my view, there is progress. Like the opening of the small claims courts, if you look at what is going to happen, or what has been happening in the past, is that most of those cases up to 1 million, they form a bulk of cases that have been handled in the major courts. And therefore, I think it is going to reduce the challenge that we have with the backlog in most of the case courts. The other progress that we made is that there are slightly more infrastructural developments, like the mobile courts that we were talking about. I prepared that point as a challenge. I can still say that there's more that needs to be done. Maybe not in Mombasa, but parts of Kilifi. Kilifi is quite a huge county, and areas of Tana River and Taita Taveta. And even there's the advantage that we've had, for instance, the Land and Environment Court in Kwale is a plus. There's still that gap in Taita Taveta because most of those people still need to come here. And if you look at the bulk of cases in these courts, most of them relate to land, and therefore the infrastructural gap of another probably high court and land and environment court in places like Lamu is still a challenge. I also must admit that courts have evolved over time to the extent that people can engage with courts. The example that I think Senior Okulo was talking about, and Justice Matibo, where people used to really get scared about courts, has reduced. But there are still a lot of challenges. I think I'll speak more to that.
Thank you. So we're talking about the gains. There definitely are gains that have been made. And maybe we can just look at the fact that when we talk about access to justice is providing a platform where the indigent actually have an opportunity to voice their issues and get a response to it. So that is definitely a gain. If we look at the various kind of programs that are run by mostly non-state actors, but also there are state agencies that provide that platform for indigent people to be able to have an opportunity to be listened to and get advice and get support to be able to access justice. Of course, then it is broad whether you're affording them access to just a platform to be able to discuss their issues or to be able to litigate it, but there are definitely gains. Then also the fact that it is included in the Constitution is a big gain. The fact that it speaks to the fact that cost should be reasonable is a major gain. And now looking at how are we bringing forth access to justice, the fact that the Supreme Law talks about it should be reasonable in terms of if any costs are related, then it should be reasonable costs. Then there's also the issue of the recognition of the alternative platforms, which has been discussed extensively during the opening ceremony. And I know there was use of the word codification, and I was asking myself what that means technically. But for me, I would think the fact that now people are thinking about going back and harnessing indigenous knowledge is quite an important factor in upscaling access to justice. Thank you.
I think one of the...
Can you hear at the back? Is the mic working?
I think one of the greatest gains is initially we knew that legal aid was a preserve of the civil societies, but this changed come the year 2010 with the new constitution. But even then it took a while before a state-funded program can be incepted. And this happened sometimes in 2016 with the Legal Aid Act. And initially, prior to that, what was there was the NALEP. Instead, the NALEP now became the National Legal Aid Service, whereby we can offer the full suite of services. So with that, I know we can reach a bigger percentage of Kenyans here in Mombasa. Initially, the NALEP, we used to do just criminal robbery with violence. But now, right now, we can do the full suite of services, though there are exceptions on matters that we can do. So I expect this is a great gain. And this is seen by the fact that since we started offering the services in 2020, I think the financial year 2020-2021, we were able to reach 4,000, at least 4,300 Kenyans who are beneficiaries of our services. And I also appreciate the fact that some advocates in Mombasa, they are very diligent and they are willing to take up pro bono matters. And I'm sure the previous financial year, we were able to refer almost 170 matters to pro bono advocates, and a big number of them, they are done. Sometimes you may not actually even tell the advocates. Once we refer matters, they even forget that it's referred to by National Legal Service, but our client will usually come back to us, tell us that it's working. So this is a positive gain, because there is that need for collaboration, and it's this collaboration that I appreciate. Because I know fully well, I cannot do all the legal aid in Mombasa, state-funded. In Mombasa, I'm the only state council, and I'm supposed to oversee the entire coast region. So there's that need for collaboration, and they have seen that. I can start with maybe We Clear Kenya. We also work with sometimes I refer matter to Kituo, and also my two seniors here. Because for us, as a state-funded, we look for the cheapest solution. And some of the solution may be due to maladministration by a government officer. It's cheaper to actually take the matter to the office of the ombudsman as compared to rushing straight to the court. So the collaboration is one aspect. Yeah.
Cheap but effective. I think we are.
Cheap and effective.
Proceed.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me? I think there are very many gains, and in the perspective of administrative justice, I will say that in the perspective of administrative justice, I will say that access to justice is a human right. It is found in the Bill of Rights, but people had not realized, and this was by virtue of the promulgation of the new constitution since 2010. But the gain is that people have now realized, people are more empowered to access justice informally. And one of the attributes of empowerment, I would also contribute on the new law. It is not new. The law on access to information that was enacted in 2016. It has enabled the public to be able to get a lot of information, which in the past they did not know. Access to justice is also in the Bill of Rights and Article 35 of the Constitution. So for people to know where to get information has enabled them to proceed to realize the right on access to justice by virtue of Article 48. Secondly, in the Commission on Administrative Justice, while we have the mandate to assist state actors in creating complaint handling infrastructures, we also tell them that it is important for them to embrace alternative dispute resolution as a way of resolving issues. Many a times you find that people rush to the Commission on Administrative Justice to complain, whereas there are so many internal mechanisms that they can use within those ministries, departments, and agencies of government that they come to complain against. So we help them to understand that they have to exhaust all those internal mechanisms through maybe resolution of complaints by ADR, and the Ombudsman Office should be used as a measure of last resort. Thank you.
Witness Protection Agency started operations here at the coast in the year 2014. And since then, we've had almost 200 applications that we've processed for protection. Of course, some do not meet the threshold. But for those that have met the threshold, we've been able to admit witnesses and facilitate them to give evidence in court securely. We've had convictions obtained as a result of that. The peculiarity of the cases that we've been handling here at the coast, mostly it's about, in as far as the vulnerable people are concerned, mostly it's about sexual and gender-based violence, and particularly the defilement of young children, maybe based on the prevalence of traditions here that people would want to marry off young girls. And the challenges that we meet when doing risk assessments for such cases is that you find families are involved, they would want to get what was called alternative justice wanaelewana huko nje, ignoring the right of the children. But we've been able to go around it by having our director protecting those children after having obtained orders from the high courts, and in collaboration with other state and non-state actors, we get justice for those girls and they're able to go back to school. That's one. And then we've had cases about terrorism, which are quite sensitive. We've been able to provide protection for witnesses who are involved in such cases, and the cases have been successful. I may not want to go into details because of obvious reasons. Then one thing I would like to point out here that I saw in your, I think the concept paper, that is the problem of enforced disappearances and how it can be sorted out through petitions of habeas corpus. You realize that such kind of proceedings in court, they may not take off because witnesses are there, but they fear to come forward and give evidence because the alleged enforced disappearance is, in most cases, blamed on state actors. Whereas we are a state-funded organization, we are an independent organization, and we are capable of giving protection to such witnesses. We have done it in the past, and we've had cases succeeding, habeas corpus cases. The habeas corpus petition itself may not have, for instance, in a particular case in Nairobi that was brought by RSK, they did not succeed, but there was compensation for the families and orders of mandamus to the Inspector General to conduct investigations. So that's an area that you might need to explore here, the coast. So those are the gains I can talk about. In terms of protection measures, due to the peculiar circumstances that we found ourselves in, we pioneered several measures that were in the Act but they were not being used, like testimony via video link, testimony through distorted voices, testimony behind scrabbled screens, and yeah, it's not all gloom, Daktari. Yes.
Yeah, that's great. And I could see Vivian nodding. So as a prosecutor, agreeing that you play a critical role. Vivian.
I actually agree that they've made most of our cases much easier because of the protection measures that are provided, and we work very closely with them. I'm doing a number of cases, especially involving children, and I know how invaluable their support has been. So I think my task here was to talk about access to justice from the perspective of ODPP. First of all, I'll start by saying that the DPP now has presence in all the regions and in all the county. I think we have around 48 county offices, and we have presence in 9 regions. So that's the first thing that I want to say. We are very reachable, our offices are open, our doors are open. But again, when we talk about access to justice and just access to ODPP as one of the players in the criminal justice sector, I want to compare how easy it was to access the ODPP prior to the new constitution and now currently under the current constitution. When I say before or prior, I'm talking about the time when we were housed under the office of the AG. Are you people seeing a difference? Is there a difference? Is the DPP accessible? Are the regional offices accessible? Are you able to raise an issue with the office of the DPP? I do not actually expect answers in this forum, but what I want to say is that we currently have presence and we are actively present in the social media platforms. We are very active on Facebook and we get a lot of feedback. And we also have hotlines, especially as I indicated, we are getting into an electioneering period. There are going to be a lot of complaints on hate speech and election offenses, offenses of bribery during the elections, offenses of votes, stealing of votes. There are so many offenses that will be coming up now that we are already in the electioneering period. But what I want to say is that I'll urge everyone to go back to the ODPP website and look at the two-stage test that I had given when I gave my earlier introductory remarks, that there is an evidential test and there is a public interest test before we make a decision to charge. You'll see that in most of the hate speech cases that will be reported through the various forums, we do not take all the cases that are reported. Right now, there's a lot of freedom of speech. It's very easy to express ourselves through social media and go and say this or that about a candidate or someone who is a politically visible person. But for us as the ODPP, we are not going to be charging each and every single person who tweeted and said, this MP is a fool, or this MCA is a fool, or this. Other than just the two-stage threshold test that I've talked about, there is something else under the United Nations, we call it the ICCPR, the International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. So under that convention, we have to balance against the freedom of speech on the one hand, as against the prohibition on incitement to violence. So not every word that is uttered towards the expression of speech is going to be taken as hate speech. We have to balance. And so for us, there's a threshold that we really have to ensure that that threshold has been met before we make a decision to charge. The other thing that I want to say is that just in measuring whether we are more accessible or not, I want us to use these parameters. Is the DPP's office currently accountable in the decisions that are made by the office of the DPP? You'll realize that the DPP is required to make to present an annual report to the president every year. How accountable we are, or we are becoming. That is tied to transparency. Under the current constitution, you realize that the right to a fair trial is expanded. And therefore, because of that, there is a duty that the DPP has to be very transparent even while undertaking prosecutions. The moment you make a decision to charge, and again, I had talked about that is how that decision to charge is made. Once that is done, there is a duty under the Constitution that the prosecutor has to disclose everything that is intended to be used in that prosecution. Sometimes there is material that comes to the prosecutor that is adverse to the prosecution case, and it's material that would ordinarily help the suspect or the accused person. Because I know at some point there were issues being raised. How are we sure that it's going to pass through the channels and that there's going to be a permanent record of the decision that was made? So what I want to say is that that has enhanced efficiency at the office, and that has also enhanced transparency within the office of the DPP. The other way in which access to justice has been enhanced is, as I had indicated earlier when I was making a response to one of the questions that was asked, that the DPP's office is currently embracing not just the judicial means of solving cases, or not just the prosecutions that what is known about the DPP's office is that the DPP conducts the state powers of prosecution. But that comes with making the decision to charge, and also in some cases we make the decision not to charge. There are cases where you find that the evidential threshold is met. Maybe it's not in the public interest to have that person charged. What do you do with such a case? Maybe that person is a minor. Maybe if you look at the amounts that are involved, or that is the subject of that prosecution, you realize that it's not commensurate to the efforts or the resources that would be used by the government to conduct that prosecution. How are such matters handled? So, as I indicated earlier, there is plea bargaining and there is diversion. one of the major challenges that we are having in terms of pre-argument, and I hope that by saying this I'll be responding.
I'll cut you short just for a minute because I want to come back to you with the challenges shortly. But perhaps just to say what you allude to, the structuring of discretion, I think that's a huge gain because now we are able to assess how the ODPP is doing in light of the documents that guide your work. But we'll come back to the challenges in a minute. I would like us to just look at technology and access to justice because I think it's something that we have lauded and said it's a great thing. But thinking about the poor and the marginalized, what would we say about technology and access to justice? Is it by any way impeding justice? Is it enhancing justice? What's your take?
I think there is an advantage to it. That, for instance, if you're an advocate, you could handle a case beyond Mombasa. You could have several mentions in a day. You may not have hearings severally in different places. But for our constituency, it's a problem. It's a problem because apart from just how can they join the platform, do they have those facilities? I had a case where an entire community was in Taita Taveta, and the case was here, and they wanted to witness what is happening. And here we have a platform. They actually wanted to come. So we had to look for an alternative to put a site in Voi. So the more that we may need to do is to open even sites in different parts of the country where people can get to court and follow the proceedings. And the same constituency have a problem. You know, it's presumed that when a matter is in court, it's a public issue. And for matters of public interest, huge public interest, there was even a way in which communities used to communicate just by coming to court. So that in itself, even the fact finder looks at it and says, there's a lot of interest in this matter. When we went virtual, that has been hugely reduced. And so that is another parameter that we'll have to think about. But the greatest challenge, especially for the communities that are represented by the civil society, is access and the information. How can they get into the system? Do they know the processes? But I must thank the civil society organizations that are here, especially under Plead, who worked with the judiciary when this began. We went to radio with Honorable Makori and the other leadership when this was coming out. We were asked a lot of questions in those radio talk shows. I think that should not have stopped. We still need to really get out there and speak to people so that we also tell them about the hybrid system, where sometimes you have matters in court and sometimes some mentions are done online, some mentions are done, hearings are done in court. And then there's a challenge of giving evidence. There was an interesting case where we were on the platform. Then I think the cross-examination became so hot, and the other side just disappeared. And they came later when now even the judge was not in the mood to now really follow this matter. So those are some of the challenges that we have, that we've been experiencing with the platform.
Perhaps hear from the prosecutors.
I think the fact that technology is being leveraged to enhance access to justice, that's a good thing. And we are seeing that at least that has helped in terms of quick handling and quick disposal of cases. But I must agree that there's a challenge in terms of reaching the vulnerable people or the vulnerable communities that may not have internet, may not have gadgets. I'm happy that a number of county governments are now talking about having free Wi-Fi within their communities. But one thing that I must also commend the judiciary for is that with technology currently, wherever you are, even with your Mulikamuizi, you're able to get an instant short message telling you your matter was mentioned on this date, and it's coming up on this date. So I think it's a work in progress. I think the steps are good steps, but it can work even better if we can get pro bono advocates representing people from vulnerable communities, because at least the advocate has the gadget. At least the advocate can be able to access internet. So this is also a challenge to those of us in this room. Wherever you can be able to contribute in your small space, give your contribution. Thank you.
Sorry, it was muted. Sorry. Just moving away from technology and access to justice, just thinking about the challenges that we have had the whole morning, but also from your experience. So what do you think are the priority areas going forward? What should we do to enhance justice in the Coast region?
Thank you for that question. So the answer will also probably relate to the issue just discussed, which is also to do with technology, which everything seems to have two sides. So with every innovation, I guess with time, you're able to lessen the shortfalls or the discriminative aspects of it. But also, you also have to look at certain principles. Like from a human rights-based approach, when you introduce something, there's the 3 A's in the queue, which is, first of all, you look at quality. Is the service that's been brought in, is it a quality that is able to work for the community you're targeting? Then there's the issue of accessibility. Is this something that will be accessible to everyone? Then there is acceptability. Will the people be able to accept it? Because you might think this is a genius idea, and for real it could be, especially if you're in an urban area. But then again, if you're in a rural area, it's something that could not be accepted just because of various, maybe even traditional practices. And then there's also the issue of availability. How available is it? So those are some of the reflections we have to make when we introduce new aspects of trying to increase access to justice. So it would be, to be able to expand it more would be to interact with various stakeholders. We have very many people or stakeholders within the justice sector, starting from the Office of the Prosecution, the police, the oversight agencies, the advocates. So bringing them on board and seeing how not only is it about efficiency, but for some it could be a reward system. So if it's like for the Law Society, how do you make it more attractive for most of the members to participate, whether it's a CSR aspect, or maybe it can be part of also compliance so that they can give back to society. Also, things that we need to do is more of engagement, talking, like the dialogues we're having today. I think they provide a really good opportunity for people to be able to identify other aspects that they can bring on board to improve access to justice. Some things might come out as looking, how can I say, very elitist. And so when you bring different stakeholders, you're able to find something that probably then works for everyone. So I think a lot more dialogue, a lot more evaluations. We had the presentations in the morning that especially every public body has a responsibility to submit annual reports on how they are performing. The judiciary, through the National Council and Administration of Justice, I think almost 3 years ago, did an audit of their systems. So these are the kind of initiatives that can help to improve access to justice.
Yeah, thank you, Esha. What was the question? The question is, having reflected on all the challenges, that we've had in the morning and just from where you sit, what is the way forward? What is the focus area? What should be our priority areas moving forward in enhancing access to justice?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yes. From the perspective of administrative justice, there is a lot of sensitization that needs to be done. There is a lot of legal empowerment that needs to be done, because the people who help us advance these rights are in the grassroots level. If you look at the Constitution under Chapter 15, there are so many constitutional commissions which are independent, but very many people do not utilize the constitutional commissions, maybe because they don't know the mandates of this commission, and that is why they resort to maybe the formal systems and other forms of access to justice without taking into account that the constitutional commissions are very core in assisting them to pursue justice effectively without any cost. The Commission on Administrative Justice does not charge fees for bringing in complaints for resolution. So we just need to create a lot of sensitization. The networks that we have created, I remember when I came to Mombasa, I was alone. I was a one-man show when we were being hosted by the Kenya National Commission on Human Rights. The people who are able to advance and create visibility of the Commission on Administrative Justice are civil society organizations. So what I used to do, I used to ride on their backs. They will invite us to every other engagement they will have with the community. We engage with the Mombasa Law Society to ensure that we are there whenever they have engagements with the community. Just to tell people that you don't have to resort to court. There are so many constitutional commissions that you can use to complain and have your case resolved without any, effectively and efficiently, while observing Article 47 of the Constitution on fair administrative action. Just to mention something about the technological challenges that faced. We are already moving from the analog to the digital. Even while we had closed because of the COVID-19, people still used to make complaints to the commission, and we will resolve them from wherever they were. Even during the courts, people would embrace the ICT, but still their matters would be dismissed for non-attendance, because they were not able to understand how things were working. And they will come to complain, and we'll explain to them that you cannot run away from technology. So we need to do a lot of sensitization on telling people that we need to know the law, we need to use it, because we need to benefit from the law. Thank you.
Because of the time, we'll just allow the panelists to give their parting shot, and then we will have a plenary at the very end this evening. So please, your parting shot, starting from Dennis, who already has the mic on hand.
Well, my parting shot is to say that I recognize the need to have such forums, and this is through these forums that perhaps you can create awareness. I'm sure some of you may not even know that National Legal Service exists. Because I have met some of you, you still expect us to be NALEP. But we moved on from that stage. Right now we might be a department, but we are in the process of delinking. So finally, we should be able to come to the grassroots. And then also through the PRID program, we are supposed to open another 8 or 7 offices, including Lamu and Tana River. And we are also working, acknowledging that when it comes to legal aid, access to justice, the demand outstrip the supply. That is why, we are given the mandate to come up with a curriculum for paralegals. And I'm happy to say that at the moment we have a finalized draft that is awaiting approval from CLE. And anyone who might be interested in taking part in a state-backed legal aid program, I have to put emphasis so that some of you may not say that we are coming to prevent others from offering legal aid. But if you want to offer a state-backed program, you must at least consider doing your training as a paralegal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Karaoke?
For us as witness protection, we are appreciative of the support that we've gotten from state and non-state actors, those who've been able to refer witnesses to us, and those with whom we have been collaborating with in our witness protection programs. We hope that going forward, we will be able even to enhance that collaboration, and especially in areas to do with sensitization, sensitizing people out there that the program is there, the government is ready to protect witnesses in order to enhance administration of justice.
Thank you. Vivian?
As a parting shot, I'll say that the ODPP is very keen on just engaging people, engaging the communities through their community forums that are currently common and they're happening throughout the country. The DPP is keen to have the office engage with the young people who are being radicalized and they do not have a voice. It has helped and it's helping, and we are seeing that the moment we engage some of those people who want to be heard and want to feel heard, we are able to see that it's really helping even in terms of them retreating. For example, if they were thinking of getting into serious crime and getting into bad things, we are able to see that engaging the communities, engaging the young people. You realize that currently in the country, we have a lot of unemployed youth with a lot of energy, and they feel like no one is listening to them. So I think for us as ODPP, we are happy to engage the communities and we are happy to engage the state and non-state actors. And we can see for a fact that it's working. So we are happy to be here. Thank you so much, Huria, for inviting us. And I'm happy to have met all the partners that are here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Adika.
Sorry, I may not say a parting shot. I have a few things that I've got to say, how to move forward. One is we must really strengthen the COCs that we have, the ones that are working and the ones that are not working. There is a conversation that we must have. We could have all these good things that we are doing, but if elements in government refuse to respect court orders, then we are doing nothing. Because then we will be diverting the course of the rule of law. So as a civil society, we feel that there needs to be certain concerted efforts in the coast for enhancing the rule of law and especially respecting court orders. If you look at the leading people in the executives in the 6 counties of the coast and how many court orders, contempt of court proceedings they are facing, it is telling that even devolution cannot thrive. So it is important that we have that discussion, even with the coming leadership, judge at your level and magistrate, that we need to start engaging on how the next leadership is going to respect the rule of law. Number 2, from the background I come from, I have to speak for them. The relevance of civil society and the vibrance of civil society has had a positive course in development of this country. Attempts to curtail the civic space through probably decisions that come from court and the way people are treated is something that have a negative connotation to growth of the country. We are speaking like this because civil society have made noise. Even if judiciary is on trial, it is us who speak, who say, no, please, judiciary must be respected. And therefore, the voice of the civil society needs to be left to thrive. Yes, and that should be within the law. Finally, the good things that we say here and what we do here needs to reflect in the community. We could be speaking witness protection, independent commissions, and even independent of the judiciary. But if we still see a lot of extrajudicial killings, then this is eroded. It is proper that we make a positive move towards respect of human rights and respect of the law. And that can only happen, like Brenda said, that we have an engagement and we need to constructively engage, especially the executive arm of government, because a lot of fingers are pointed at them and we need to move together as a society. Thank you.
Thank you. You've been allowed a minute because you are representing many more people. Brenda?
I'll start by thanking Horia for this opportunity to just put us together to have this discussion. And my parting shot would be, access to justice is a very important component of the rule of law. And therefore, we should always ensure that it is something we engage. And for my view, I think we would do this by maybe I'll just also lend voice to what all my other colleagues have said. Sensitization. Sensitization is very key in terms of getting people to be able to access justice and understand their rights and claim it. Simplifying. I think if we keep on simplifying processes, we'll really get to enhance access to justice. Whether it is the form or the structure, let's just see the best way we can get to simplify it. And then finally, uniform application of policies. We have dialogued very keenly on the issue of plea bargaining. And what has come out is that there is different ways in which it is applied. When you speak to a judicial officer working in the North Rift, and you speak to a judicial officer working in the coastal region, they'll tell you how they apply it is totally different. So maybe there's an opportunity for the actors to just sit together and come up with a uniform way of applying it, because it seems at the end of the day, the biggest issue is there is no certainty when you take on the plea. So that will be my closing remarks.
Thank you
very
Esha?
much.
Thank you very much, the organizers, for the opportunity. And my parting shot will be to still cap access to justice with access to information. If you cannot have, if you don't have information, you cannot readily access justice. If you want to have meaningful participation in the society, the public participation forums that we are called upon to give views on matters affecting government administration, you need information. Without information, then you will not be able to effectively access justice. The Commission on Administrative Justice is an oversight and enforcement agency for access to information. So let us use this law because it is a facilitative law on other human rights that are enshrined in Chapter 4 of the Constitution. And I also wish to tell you that in a bid to expand access to justice, the Commission has opened an office in Wundanyi. We have partnered with Huduma centers where we have presence in at least 15 Huduma centers across the country. And in the coast region, we have one in Kwale County and Wundanyi, Taita Taveta County. And we are planning to at least have presence in all the 6 counties in the coast region. So thank you very much. The other thing that I would like to mention for the benefit of the state actors that are here, the Commission on Administrative Justice is a complaints office. We get complaints of failure or inaction or unresponsiveness on service delivery issues in those public institutions. So for us to assist a member of the public, then the state actors have to be responsive to us. So it will be seen that the Commission is not working because we are also facing rigidity or unresponsiveness from those officers that are supposed to give service to these people who come to the Commission. So it is just a bid to my fellow actors in the state departments that let us work together to ensure that Mwananchi gets justice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panelists, for sharing your knowledge. We know you have a wealth of knowledge, and this was just a tip. So thank you very much for being here. And as they go back to their seats, I will want to welcome Zainab to please join me because she's moderating the next session. And as she does that, could we stand up for a minute? I think the law of diminishing returns has definitely kicked in. Just stretch as Zainab comes. Zainab?
Okay, I think as we wait for the next moderator and panelists to join in, I think we had been requested to rise up. First, I would want us to appreciate the panelists who are just from having the stage with a round of applause.
Colloquium paperless. So we should not be surprised that we have not been served with the agenda.
I think it was deliberate for us to project the agenda on the screens so that we save on paper as well, and also, of course, take advantage of the screens provided. The other communication is that we are doing online communication, and I think if you're on Twitter and you use the hashtag People-Centered Justice, you'll be able to as well follow the conversations online, as well as they're being streamed in the other social media platforms. So at this moment, let me just hand it over to Mr. Justice Munyithia.
All right, thank you very much. Good afternoon once more. Tumelala ama tumeamka? I think we forgot to have somebody in charge of energizing. Oh, we have someone? Yeah, someone who's supposed to give us an energizer so that we wake up, because the next level is going to be a menu that will help us a lot of things that relate to justice. Tony, are you in charge of that? Right? So I would like to start calling the panelists to come forward as we prepare.
Yeah, so I think the public demand, I have request to give the energizers. Stand up, all of us.
And as you do that, I'll ask Mr. Charles Wapulu to come forward, please. Charles Wapulu. Charles Wapulu, please. Mr. Matthew Nyambena, you are here, please come forward. Matthew Nyambena, please move forward to the podium. Alan Nyange, you're here, please start moving forward as we get that energizer.
Yeah.
These are going to be our panelists this afternoon. It's going to be an engaging debate on matters that we have discussed before. Yes.
So as it has been put by Senior, I think maybe we need to have some free space because it's going to be very energetic. So just prepare yourself, have some free space, swing around a little bit, and then now I think most of you know this. So I say I have a ball. So wherever I'm going to put it, that's where you're going to put your ball. Are we together? Are we together? So I have a ball. I have a ball. I need to fill the voices. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I put it here. I pepeta. I pepeta. Mr. Joram, you're not doing it correctly. You're pepetering something else. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I pepeta. I pepeta. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I put it here. I pepeta. I pepeta. I have a ball. I have a ball. I put it here. I put it here. I pepeta. I pepeta. Thank you. I think Judge Mativu has done it better than any one of us. Thank you very much. Proceed.
He has done it in a way of people-centered delivery of
justice.
So the next session, we are focusing on the independence of the judiciary and more so on the delivery of justice and the topics that we have been talking about. And we are honored to have three panelists with us this afternoon. I'll be asking them to introduce themselves to us and what they do. I'll start with to my extreme left, and then we go up to the end.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Nyange, Sharia. I work for communities. I work for Kituo cha Sharia, a humble servant of the people. Asanteni.
Asante.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Opulu Charles. I'm the chair, Mombasa Law Society, and also chair the Law Society of Kenya Coast Branch. And this is the one who handed over the seats to me. So you can clap for him. Yeah. Just recently. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. My name is Matthew Nyabena, an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, practicing in Mombasa, previously holding the position he held. And shortly, you know, I was thinking it's access to votes. For about 2 months, I was looking for votes. I'm now back.
Congratulations, Mr. Nyambera. You are aware I was 10 years ago. I tried to be a president of the Law Society of Kenya from Mombasa. Lakini kura haikutosha. But I made a mark in this country, and I want to congratulate you for the leadership that you did, not only as a region, but for delivering the Law Society as a vice chair of the caucus. I'm sure there are many more opportunities for us to serve. Do not give up, and we wish you well. Welcome. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our topic this afternoon, as you can see, is about independence of the judiciary and delivery of justice. And this session will seek to address more so focus on the discussion of court orders by the executive and public officers, and further interrogate its effect. We shall now seek to find solutions, a way forward to the non-compliance and disobedience of court orders and what this has on delivery of justice. We have seen a plethora of ignorance or total disobedience of court orders, which one will say gives room for impunity, tyranny and despotism, and can cause conflict between the judiciary and the executive. So these panelists will be speaking to us, and I'll be asking them a few questions, and we get their take on that. We remind ourselves that the Constitution guarantees us independence. Maybe we could hear from Nyange, where are we on the Constitution when it comes to independence of the judiciary and independence of individual judicial officers? How about you? Your take?
Thank you, Session Chair. I think the Constitution has made it very clear that we begin with the principle of separation of powers, that you would have the executive, you would have the judiciary, and you would have the legislature. That for me is the beginning point on the subject of independence of the judiciary. With the three arms of government, each arm is not supposed to be directed in its manner of operations. It's supposed to be free to operate without undue influence from any other arm of the government. But that is what is in the books. The reality is not the case, Session Chair. The reality is totally not the case. And I think there are obvious beginning points. One is that, you know, the judiciary presides over election petitions. And it is from the petition that sometimes we have people ascending into the executive as a result of an election petition, either positive or negative. And from that experience, there is that feeling of, you know, when someone loses a case, there's always a bad feeling. I think one of the most difficult jobs to do is that of a judicial officer, because you end up annoying people every day. Every day you deliver a judgment, you've annoyed someone. So by that very fact that someone is annoyed, and you have to annoy, because that is your work, what else can you do? You can't make both of them happy. No parties can win at the same time in one single case. So when this person is annoyed and by one way or another finds themselves in the executive or in the legislature, you would expect that there would be an opportunity or an attempt to overreach. And this would take different forms. One of them, I think, which is very common, is that issue of the judiciary fund. That to hit back, you make sure that the judiciary is underfunded. So if it's underfunded, you are, in a way, interfering with the independence of that institution. But for me, I want to look at, and maybe later, if I get time, I want to look at the question of independence of the judiciary, not from the overreachings of the different arms, but from other players. There are many other players. In fact, they say the arms of government have increased. They are no longer 3 or 4. Some people argue that they are actually even 5 or 6 arms of government. Some of them being kitchen cabinets, people who call themselves deep state and system. You've heard of deep state, you've heard of systems. I think the former Chief Justice Mutunga talked about people you do not see that operate, and they are very powerful. So that for me is the biggest elephant in the room. That for me is the biggest threat to the independence of the judiciary. That thing they call system, that thing they call, yes, that one. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. So we pick from you that there is a question of judicial fund. The funding affects the independence of the judiciary. Mr. Opulu, would you like to give it a take from your perspective? Yes, from the same perspective. As to
the question of the independence of the judiciary takes various forms. Just to pick from where Mr. Alan has stopped, when I look at the issue of independence of the judiciary, I look at 2 things. One is independence from the other arms of government, the legislature, and the executive. That is the obvious one. And this independence has to be coupled with the interdependence. What do I mean? We all rely on each other, so we can't claim to be totally independent. So let there be no confusion, because when we talk about independence, we mean that the judiciary has to make its decisions without interference from other state actors or other arms of government. But we rely on the government for funds to run our affairs, for salaries, for infrastructure development, and all that. So to a common person, you may find that it doesn't sound right that we are saying we are independent. There is the same hand we are going to the government saying we need money to develop courts. The common mwananchi does not understand that, but the truth is we are only supposed to be independent as far as decision-making is concerned. And even amongst also the judicial officers, they are supposed to be independent from each other. That is, you are not supposed to influence the decision-making process of your colleagues. Number 2, it is not only the threats from the state that matter, even the threats from the other arms of government. I know there are situations in this country where we had the Attorney General, who was very powerful, that all judges used to fear him. He's now deceased. You know whom I'm talking about. So you see, this is a person who used to come in as the executive But if it were in the current constitution, he will be maybe the DPP or something like that. That is something which has to be taken care of. Independence of the judiciary is provided for under the Constitution. The Constitution itself protects the judiciary from interference in its decision making. And the independence is also secured by provision of the Judicial Fund or the Judiciary Fund. I don't know how far it has been operationalized, but the judiciary is supposed to be given money direct from the consolidated fund so that it can run its programs independent of the budget making process. Because you find in 1 year, I remember the judiciary was given 19 billion to fund its programs. But when they overturned the presidential election, that budget was reduced to around 2 billion or 1.9 from around 19. So you can see what Mr. Nyange was talking about, whereby you give a decision and you are worried that if this decision may cause me not to get my salary tomorrow. And because of that, it has affected the delivery of services, because projects that had been initiated during the Honorable Justice Mutunga's time had to stall. Even the Justice Tower, the new building in Mombasa, had to stay for more than 4 years, I think, or 5 years from the scheduled 18 months because of similar things. Even simple things like repairing a cracked wall or renovating something in the judiciary just stalled. If many of you work in those judiciary buildings, I'm sure the top officers of the judiciary in Mombasa are here. You will find that the state is not so good. Simple things, even funds for cleaning those buildings, the health status of those buildings is in question. So cracked doors, broken furniture, and all those, that is how a government can reach back to you and hit you so hard if you try to do something which they are not happy with. But that, again, that is why the Constitution is there, and that is why we have to stay eternally vigilant so that we protect our officers. And we thank the judicial officers because they are courageous and they are gallant and they are helping us fight this fight. We are not saying they go out there insulting and abusing and doing whatever, but just doing the right thing at the right moment. And if justice calls for a certain decision, you are there because you lifted the Bible and took an oath to serve without fear or favor. So independence of the judiciary also requires courage in order to fulfill it. It's not for the faint-hearted. I can tell you, I was in the judiciary for a short time, and sometimes you make decisions and you know, I'm going to annoy a few. That does not mean the president or the vice president. It may mean the DC in your area. It may mean even the chief. If you are a resident magistrate somewhere, it may mean the DCIO in your area. These are the interferences that come in. But if you are strict, you'll always find that your decisions are respected, your integrity is respected, and you walk with your head high, proud of the work you are doing because you are making change in a society. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Opulu. You mentioned about eternity, being vigilant, being courageous, and being able to resist the system. Just picking up from there in terms of decision making, Mr. Nyabela, tell us, has the executive affected the decisions rendered by the judiciary, and are there circumstances where it has undermined the judiciary post-2010?
Thank you very much, Justice. First, I want to say that access to justice is the topic we are talking about. We have to assess, do you have access to justice at the initial level, at the continuing level, up to the conclusion of your case? And is the system that we have responsive to the needs of the Kenyans? First and foremost, just let's realize that the Constitution vests sovereign authority on the people of Kenya. And the judiciary is actually, and judges exercise delegated sovereign power of the people of Kenya. So as we discuss this topic, we must talk about also accountability of the judiciary to the will of Kenyans. Are we getting services which we think we should get? You've asked me about the issue of whether the executive has affected how the judiciary functions. First and foremost, let's recognize that the executive is an interested party, and there is actually a major litigant in court. And I must at this time applaud the judiciary for having been bold in making decisions that we think as Kenyans show that they are really independent. But equally, let's realize that there has been a lot of hit back by the judiciary. Along the way, I think we already as Kenya, we had reached the highest point. In my own estimation now, we've reached a point where judicial officers are very careful to make decisions so that they look back and see whether NSIS could be around the corner, whether the executive could be interested. And I have in mind the decision, and which is very troubling for us, that there are judges who are proposed to the specialized courts who have not been appointed. We have judges who are supposed to go to the Court of Appeal who have not been appointed. They are still serving. So when we look at that scenario, it's a psychological game. And when you play a psychological game with the judiciary, and I think, to me, it has started to yield. If I'm Nyabena as a judge and I know in the future I want to get a promotion, so I may need to do what, in my view, are called handshake judgments. So if you want to be very bold, you don't become very bold because you realize now, and this is now admitted, that reports from NSIS which stopped those judges from getting appointed are very heavy, because now we are doing 2 years, everybody seems to have moved on. We forget the judges and whatever decisions that were made. So we are in a scenario where the executive has used many means at its disposal to affect how judges are able to make decisions. And I have in mind today, look at, the most painful bit for me, judicial officers present, is how we exercise the power of, if you are to walk out there, and the police officer just arrests you for an offense, tomorrow takes you to Shanzu Court, says, we want to hold him for a few more days to investigate an offense, maybe 14 days, and the judicial officer says, okay, hold him for 14 days. They hold you for 14 days, they come back, they say, we realize we have no evidence. So this kind of pressure has affected the rights of people who have been arrested, and has affected the right to justice. And along the way, you must realize, therefore, that we have many cases that are within the judicial system that ought not to be there. Yes, my view is the judiciary has made bold steps, but there are certain steps that have been taken by executive and those people who occupy those offices to disregard court orders, including just judge for yourself. The judiciary had made very serious orders in respect to those appointment of judges. And right now it seems like nobody wants to touch the file. So the executive succeeds in many ways. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Nyange, you mentioned in your contribution that sometimes you may observe, especially in politically charged cases, certain aspects of decision making that may come into play in terms of independence judiciary. So tell us, what is your take on decision making of courts in politically charged cases now that we are heading into 2022 elections? We have just reminded about the 2017 election and what happened to the budget by Mr. Opulu. Yes.
I think we begin by appreciating the fact that in this country, politics and politicians seems to be our priority. You just look at the law itself. It gives strict timelines on election-related cases. Everything stops. If you have a commercial case, it will stop. Every resource, every energy is given to politically charged cases. And as I had alluded initially, that in those disputes, someone has to be annoyed. And we all know that there will be attempts to do whatever is possible under the sun to make sure that a certain outcome is achieved by either the petitioner or the person who is defending their seat. So the issue of independence for me, I would look at it from another angle. In this case, that there will be a lot of conflicting judgments from the courts. I think the best case is that of, is it Wajir, the governor of Wajir, or is it Garissa? Wajir, yes, where, you know, we are common people. We want sometimes to understand the reasoning of the courts. This person does not have a degree. The law says you must have a degree. Goes to the High Court says no, you don't have a degree. Goes to the Court of Appeal says no, you don't have a degree. Goes to the Supreme Court says no, you allow this person to be governor. And then we have other cases where it doesn't operate like that. So these conflicting outcomes, you know, for a common man, it would seem that there was no independence. The decisions were not independent. They were, it would appear, I'm not saying that is the case, it would appear that those decisions were influenced by other things. And that for me is a threat to the independence of the judiciary. That the judiciary could, you could have people overreaching or underreaching or using all manner of things, including some 500 million exchanging hands, and then you get an outcome. I think that in itself, the decision that is influenced like that has an impact on the independence of the judiciary. And as chairman, my former chairman says, that judicial power is derived from the people. Judges and magistrates exercise their power that is delegated by the people. So in whatever that they do, they ought to and need to be courageous enough and make those bold decisions. And clearly, whatever decision you take, they say there will be consequences. There will always be consequences. And we all know that there is a problem with the appointment of judges. I think there is a new call for interviews, about 20 more High Court judges, and I think, is it 10 more Court of Appeal judges. So the question would be, are we going to see the same problem recurring again after the interviews, after JSC has finished its work? Will it be a question of now the president saying, no, I am not going to swear in these people? And if the president doesn't do that, what are we to do? I think the problem, or the elephant in the room, is in the event that there are obvious court orders. Because in this particular case of the judges who have not been sworn in, the court has pronounced itself on that. But the issue is, how do you deal with the contempt? I think that is where the problem is, especially where the contemptor is a senior state officer. What do you do? I think I have seen a decision by Justice Mativo, very creative, because for you to deal with the senior government officers who are found guilty of contempt, you have to be creative to get them to feel that they need to comply. And in that particular decision, I think this officer was denied his salary. The order was to the effect that if you don't purge this contempt, then Treasury should not pay your salary. I think that is a very creative way of trying to get orders being complied with. So unless we find a clever way, we will never be able to deal with the cases of contempt where the contemnor is a senior state officer, it will be very difficult. Even finding them 20 million, they'll just get it from their budget and pay, and I mean, it will be nothing. So you have to be very creative for that officer to comply with a court order.
Okay, thank you very much. Apollo, do you want to give it a take before I ask the next question?
Ask the next question.
Thank you. Now, moving from politically charged cases, we have in mind the case of Miguna, where there has been contempt of court. Senior government officers were found to be in contempt, nothing was done. We have had the cases around appointment of judges and all that. Now, I want to move to the question about that blunder disregard of court orders by the executive and the state officers is a concern and now continues to undermine the judicial authority, constitutionalism, the rule of law, and further fuels a culture of impunity which can even cause for selection violence. How should then this issue be addressed?
If I get you correctly, you are asking how the blatant culture of disregard of court orders can be curbed.
Yeah, how should we address it?
How it should be addressed. Yeah. First of all, I start off by adopting what Mr. Nyange has said, that one, we need gallant and courageous judicial officers who are innovative in the remedies that they give when approached in cases of contempt of court. And he has quoted the learned judge seated here in decisions he has made before, and which is very good. Number two, I will be very radical in what we can do. We can cause an uprising and come up and say, no, this cannot go on happening. After all, the same constitution was not achieved through laughing seminars. No. It was achieved through struggle. Sometimes people had to pay with their own blood. So as a citizenry, we must also be ready to rise up to the occasion and say this cannot happen, even if it means paying dearly for it. Because, as I had said earlier, eternal vigilance is the only way we can safeguard the rule of law. It's the only way we can protect the rights in the Constitution, and it's the only way we can protect the judiciary also. Number three also, we can also choose to be diplomatic and see if there are any other ways of resolving any stalemates or any disputes. Remember, today we are discussing about access to justice, and the good judge told us about Mijikenda courts. He told us about alternative justice systems and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms. If we can resolve them, if we can resort to that at the lowest dispute in the village, I think nothing stops us from adopting the same at the highest dispute at the top. Because at the end of the day, we are all human beings, we are all Kenyans. We have the same mind, same mindset. That person, that executive officer or that executive who is the president or prime minister up there is just equivalent to the mzee wa mtaa in the village there. They all wield power. And if there's a difference in society, we can always use different dispute mechanism alternatives. You remember the Agenda 4 issues. When in 2007 we had the issues to do with the elections and all that, we had the Committee of Eminent Persons who came in and attempted to do what they called mediation, but I thought I would look at it as a negotiation and a conciliation process. But it was an alternative dispute resolution mechanism which yielded fruits that led to the new constitution. If we are so tied in terms of the stalemate between the judiciary and the executive, we can also resort to such agencies, even international agencies, to resolve such disputes. And The other thing is that we can also resort to international organizations which can sanction the executive, even including economic sanctions if need be. Remember, there were sanctions against South Africa at one time for disobeying court rulings. There were sanctions against Zimbabwe at one time. There were sanctions against Pinochet. Internationally, there are so many examples of how states have been forced to enforce judicial decisions by international actors, and they have complied. So there are many ways we can deal with that, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have taken us to another level in terms of what we can do, meaning that where the state is found to be culpable during the UN reporting mechanism, as a civil society and non-state actors can always prepare our own independent report to discuss the state of judicial independence in our country and see the exposure that the country can be in terms of failure to obey court orders. Maybe, Nyabena, you'll touch on that as you'll also answer this question. When institutions don't respect court orders, or when citizens don't respect court orders, what is the effect? We'll have lack of public confidence and trust in the judicial institution and systems, and this can lead to activism or the violence that we saw. So how can we contribute positively on the lack of public trust and confidence in the judicial institutions and the systems of delivery of justice?
I started with the view that there is what we call judicial accountability, which goes hand in hand with judicial independence. So in terms of judges and judicial officers, when they make their pronouncements, and we know the true values of the Constitution, when we have an issue where a judicial officer is also not being accountable, in the sense that they are making interpretations that are inconsistent, black and white. I come from the school of thought that at times you do not need to see corruption in a judicial officer. You can get a corrupt judgment, which all of us read and say this goes against the grain of our Constitution, this goes against the grain of the law. So let me, for a minute, be the devil's advocate. There are some judgments that have clearly been against public interest. And when you hear the executive crying, they could have a point. But then how are we able to ensure that judicial officers and the judiciary, when they make these decisions, or when they are implicated in malpractice, they are dealt with expeditiously and without delay? We have scenarios where now we have judicial officers implicated for 1 or 2 years, and you know, we agree that they are exercising delegated authority. Delegated authority means that instead of the 40 million or so Kenyans sitting and saying, this is how we want to go, one judicial officer or 2 or 3 sit and make that decision. So I come from the school of thought that it has reached a point that Kenyans also must rise and say, you know, out of the many judicial officers, there could be 1 or 2. Do we have an expeditious, quick, transparent way of taking out the rotten potatoes so that then the system is cleaned out, so that when we get these judgments, and to me, you know, it's very baffling that you have serious allegations against a judicial officer. Some of them are black and white, but tomorrow you go again and sit before the same judicial officer and get this judgment. So this is an issue that we need to strictly, as Kenyans, as we cry and say we can do mass action in terms of saying that let judicial independence be maintained, we must now start insisting as civil society that these people who sit and deliver decisions on our behalf must be beyond reproach as Caesar's wife. And when these allegations are made, and personally I've sat with judicial officers and said, if these allegations are made within 90 days, let's have a resolution so that we don't get into a trap which then erodes the confidence in the judiciary, but we also then must counterbalance. And this is what I call interdependence of judicial officers within the judiciary, so that right now, let me be very honest, is that the judiciary, if you remember when we passed the constitution, there had to be a clause in the bill to say that the judiciary should not make any decision touching on the manner in which we pass the constitution. I bring you today, you see, there has been what some of us feel that a clear attempt by the judiciary to shield itself from accountability. When they say, and this is the simplest and is troubling to me, when you say that when a judge has made a decision, you cannot go to JSC and say, on the face of it, this decision is against the Constitution. It's a decision that says that the sun is rising from the west to the east, when we know the reverse is true. So the Supreme Court of this country has sat and said that your option is to appeal. So for that old lady, for that widow who is deprived, and we know he can complain to JSC, is now prevented from going to take disciplinary action and require accountability for the reason that there is a feeling today that there is an attempt by the judiciary to shield itself from judicial accountability. So as much as just as we have that judicial independence, that issue of accountability needs to go hand in hand so that we have confidence that the people who make decisions are people whom we have full confidence in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And as we allow Jackie to settle down and join the team, I'll throw it back to Nyage. Nyage, you said that in the very beginning, you talked about the current state of independence of the judiciary is affected. Firstly, you said the arm of government, but you say by other factors. What are these other factors that affect the independence of judiciary and how this impacts on the delivery of justice? Today, our judge told us that the community-based justice is the best and gave the example of a camel. You want the case settled, bring the mother of the camel, and in 5 minutes the case is settled. Tell us, what are these other things?
Thank you.
Welcome, Jackie. Jackie is the vice chair of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. She ran to be the course rep. She made a good raise. It's a seat I occupied many years ago. And welcome back to the coast. We'll be coming back to you.
She's also my vice chair.
She also vice chair. Oh, I didn't know this is a powerhouse, the vice chair of Mombasa Law Society. Yes.
Yes, I am picking up from what Chairman Nyabena has just said, and he alluded on the issue of accountability. And what I was insinuating in the initial state was that there are other factors, the things we call deep state, the things we call system, and all that would tie in on the issue of accountability. But most important for me, the issue is how then do we gain this independence of the judiciary? How do we get it done? We need public confidence. We need to have a judiciary that is supported by the public. There's a lot of public confidence in the judiciary. If you have a lot of public confidence in the judiciary, then the issues to do with the executive overreaching would diminish, because now you have a citizenry that is in total and full support of the judiciary. I think there was a time where the only arm that was seen to be pro-people was the judiciary. If you would rank it with the executive and the legislature, you would find that the common man is of the view that the judiciary is the only arm that cares about their welfare. When you look at the cases to do with the VAT on fuel, the judiciary came in very strong. When you look at cases that had a direct impact on the daily lives of, including the BBI case, I think the judiciary scored highly. So what the judiciary needs to do is to keep making decisions that are pro-people, that are pro the public. That way, they will win the confidence of the people, and when it is under attack, definitely they will have many supporters. Many people will come up and rally behind them. But if we have a judiciary that is not accountable, or they are questionable characters, they are taken to the JSC, then the court makes a favorable decision that, look, if you cannot take someone to the JSC when you've not exhausted the appeal process. And we have many, many judicial officers whose cases are still pending and hanging. Even our chairman here, LSK Mombasa, will tell you there are particular ones where even Mombasa LSK, because it is the only branch that is feared in this country when it comes to issues of accountability. In fact, most judicial officers fear coming to Mombasa because they think that is the end of their career. But that is actually not the case. So there are particular judicial officers that LSK took head on, but these people are still serving. And you know how that feels. And as I said, even for example, for our chair to take on these people on our behalf head on, there'll be a backlash, even on him and his practice, and even on the lawyers that are behind that attempt. So again, how do we balance all these things? Do we go for these people? Because it is discouraging to try and hold the judiciary to account, and yet there is nothing that is being done as far as accountability is concerned. Maybe we made an attempt on a certain judicial officer, nothing was done. Do you think you will convince people to make another attempt against another judicial officer? It will be difficult. And when that confidence is eroded, and by the way, the advocates are also key players. They will talk to their clients, and their clients will see that, and the public will see that this judicial officer does not come to work on Mondays and Fridays, and there is nothing that can be done to deal with that. That affects the confidence, the public confidence. It has an impact on the independence of the judiciary, because if it is under attack, there are no people to rally behind the judiciary. So the judiciary has to also be accountable, as Mr. Nyabena had said. It needs the support of the masses. The moment you have support of the masses, then you're home and dry. The issue of independence will be dealt with.
Okay, thank you. Now, talking of accountability, Jackie, welcome. Our topic is on independence of the judiciary and the delivery of justice. Conflict of interest. Under the Bangalore principles, where a judge or magistrate would find that there's a conflict, one, you must disclose. And you disclose your interest and ask the parties whether they would like to proceed or not. For example, if Opulu was my brother-in-law and appear before him, he would disclose and say, this is my shemeji, and therefore I can't proceed. Or ask the parties, do you have any problem? So that if they see like there is conflict, that can happen. Now tell us, Jackie, in terms of conflicts of interest and where judges or magistrates preside over matters in which they may have a conflict. It could be, and one of the examples I would like to give because of my background or where I came from, was this judge who presided over a matter belonging to his butcherman. He never knew this would happen. But this is a place where he used to buy his meat every time. So they had a relationship because that's where they buy meat. Then there was a simple matter of rent restriction. And on an afternoon, he told you just come. I'll give you the orders you want. And in the afternoon, that person gets the order. So the matter was gotten through a phone call, right? But this judge didn't know one day vetting will come. I'm just talking from my experience. So the persons who knew this person used to buy meat there says, you presided over this matter. There was this butchery where we know you used to take, and your wife had a Kenyos next door. So there is a relationship between the wife and the butcher in terms of business community. What do we do, and how does that affect delivery of justice? You can narrow it down to cost in Kongowea market, or you can take it up in where you share your office in University of Nairobi, and you are a judge. What will you do if Sarah comes to you and you have been working together?
Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, my senior Justice Munyithia and my co-panelists, and my sincere apologies for coming in late. Unfortunately, I had to attend to a court matter and we were given time indication of 2:30. But now I'm done and I'm here with you. So thank you for having me even after I've come this late. So on the question of independence of the judiciary and specifically within the context of conflict of interest, this is an issue that comes up actually more often than we could anticipate. And what we have, I think within the Kenyan context, the documentation or the reference point that we could glean from or learn something from is the International Bar of Association Conflict of Interest and Declaration rules, which were developed not within the context of Kenya, but within the international context. And it has an ingenious way of sifting what requires to be done where that conflict of interest arises. Now, the truth of the matter is, when an advocate presents a matter before a court, first and foremost, we can expect that there may be a relationship because they may have been in university together. They may have been taught by the person who is presenting the case, or vice versa. Or they may have engaged in associations or within, like the way we have our law society. Because first and foremost, the judge is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, just like us. That is the first primary qualification, and then the number of years. So in situations like that, then the first thing, and I think the rule of disclosure is this: disclose everything. Let the other party know, let them be the ones to make an election as to whether or not that person is going to be impartial and also independent in the dispensation or the delivery of justice, and to give a fair and reasoned judgment. You know, I think in this particular perspective, we must remember that justice must not only be done, but it must also be seen to be done. Now, that said, what the International Bar Association rules prescribe is this: it is not necessarily true or necessary that if we went to university together or even shared a desk, we were deskmates at university, that precludes you from being fair and independent and applying the law. Because we are presuming that everybody before that particular matter has been trained. The judge, of course, is trained to dispense justice, and they are held and their conduct is prescribed in accordance with the Bangalore principles of justice. Independence, impartiality, accountability, transparency, all those things is what is expected of a judge. For an advocate, we're expecting that they will come forth and they're going to present their party's case, and the case is going to be determined on known principles of law. So it is expected that once that disclosure is made, the advocate will be able to say yes or no, that this can be applicable or it will work, and you have no shadow of a doubt in your mind that justice is not going to be done. However, there are instances that now make it necessary for a judge to recuse themselves, or a decision maker to recuse themselves. And usually the first primary indicator is whether there is a financial relationship. And the financial relationship requires to be significant. So assuming a matter is brought before a judge, and the matter is brought, say, if we use as an example Safaricom Limited, which is quoted on the stock exchange, and the judge has a few shares in Safaricom Limited. But then when you look at the number of shares that that judge has, if it's 500 shares, like most of them, or the large number of, a majority of the shareholders, then that is not a significant financial relationship. However, if the matter that is coming before the judge is one that directly impacts them financially, say for instance, this is a brother's company where he has or she has an interest in that particular company, they're a shareholder, they own shares, then that necessarily means that if the decision that judge makes will have an impact on them financially, or in a personal relationship, like I've given brother, sister, mother, father, or immediate family member or close family member, then that judge requires to recuse themselves, because by sitting in that matter, they offend one of the principal laws of natural justice, which is bias. Yes, you are biased. You cannot make a decision in your own case. So, in a nutshell, there's a lot that we can say about the delivery of justice within the particular context of disclosure and conflict of interest, but the principal rules are this. If you have a financial relationship, if there's a personal relationship, then we use what we call the traffic system, the red light. That red light means that, yes, I am involved in this matter, I know these people personally, I have a financial relationship, so if the red light comes on, then I must recuse myself. The advocate who is able to get that information can even get a decision overturned or set aside or varied for that particular reason on its own. There are relationships that now come, like the one that my senior Justice Munyithia mentioned, the butcher. If you look or listen closely to that example, we find that the butcher had the relationship with the wife, and the judge did not necessarily know the butcher per se, other than what was presented to him after it has gone through a number of processes. Butcher, kitchen, cook, placed on the table, and he only saw the output. I don't know what the decision of the vetting board was, but if I were the one who were making a decision in that particular matter, I would say this should have been disclosed if he knew. And if he knew and did not disclose, then there is a question as to whether or not justice was done in that particular matter, and then that makes it necessary for maybe another tribunal or a vetting board or any other authority that is mandated by law to go behind the decision and confirm that there was impartiality, there was transparency, accountability, all those Bangalore principles were applied. But that is within the traffic light system. Red, orange. Orange means that just, you know what it means. Take care. There could be a problem here. The example I gave of the advocates who were classmates, the natural presumption is, even if we were classmates, even if we attended the same lectures or we were before the same persons in a professional relationship, and this even includes membership in the bar, like now the way we are members of the Law Society, or even if you're members, say, of a social club, like a golf club, then that should be a green light. There is nothing necessarily that means that a judge or a decision maker is going to be unfair in and of itself, unless then there is more to demonstrate that while you were in that club, while you were in the society meeting, you sat and discussed this particular matter and you decided otherwise. So the final thing on disclosure is personal relationships are a breeding ground for corrupt behavior. And I don't know whether you have talked about the existence or the perception of the existence of corruption within the judiciary. And that one is a big elephant in the room, and it is one of the biggest major stumbling blocks to the delivery of justice, or the perception that justice has been done and has also been seen to be done. And of course, I'm saying this in the wake of the Sonko, they're called Sonko leaks, and what we saw, and the personal relationships and the financial connections and some things that really should not have been attached to the judiciary per se. So there is a lot to talk about when it comes to conflict of interest, but allow me to pause there and probably take questions.
Thank you very much. And that takes us to the plenary. I know some of us seated here have questions around this topic. There are people who would like to interrogate the panelists because we are receiving a perception from the bar. What is the view insofar as independence of the judiciary and delivery of justice? We want to take a few questions or interventions at this time before we can move. Questions? You can pass the mic around. Those of us who want to ask questions to any of the panelists, this is the time. It's open now. If there are questions on the chat, please, we'll get someone to read out those questions for us so that the panelists can do that. Questions? Any questions? Yes? Any person who would like to engage them? Kuna swali? Ama, yes, right at the back, 1, 2, there's Dr. Kariuki, we have Tony, and the back there. We also want to give it a gender perspective, including cross-examination of the judge, if you want to cross-examine, all right?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I think mine goes to, I think it's Mr. Alan Nyange, who said that there are corrupt elements in the judiciary. And of course, these allude to the fact that there are judges, there are magistrates who are corrupt. And of course, they retain the element of independence, impartiality. And that made me thought about the role of the Judicial Service Commission. What's their role? If we can say that there are corrupt elements within the judiciary, then what's the role of this judicial body, the JSC? Okay, another one, that's Unyange, role of Judicial Service Commission. Introduce yourself to the team and to those following us.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Timothy Thondo from IJM, and thank you, Mr. Justice Munithia, for the great moderation, my
and
former
welcome
lecturer.
to the coast,
Thank
Timothy.
you. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
My question, I think, goes to any of the panelists can answer, but it will be in response to what I think Mr. Nyange said regarding the role that the judiciary plays vis-a-vis the community. And my question would be going this way. Where do you toe the line? Because if I got you correctly on what you mentioned, you said that when the judiciary makes a decision that is of greater good to the public, or what the public might view as being on their side, then even when the judiciary is under attack, then it will be the same people who will come to defend this, the judiciary. But my question then would be, where do you toe the line? Because there are instances in which what is public interest and the difference between what is public interest and something that is of interest to the public, it becomes very different. Therefore, a judicial officer is faced with a situation whereby, yes, there's this position that I have to put myself, but there are instances where if I, as a judicial officer, have to rule that it's on something that is in public interest and not necessarily of interest to the public, where do I stand as a judicial officer? I hope I've made my question clear. Hopefully I can get an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we come back to this side, Tony, and then him. Right?
Yes, thank you. I think I want to say thank you to the panelists for giving an overview around the delivery of justice and, of course, the independence of the judiciary. But mine would go to any one of them. And my question is, how do we deconstruct the perception around the elite, or rather the capture of some of the judicial officers when it comes to delivery of very important decisions? And maybe just to coin it to the most of these county courts that we see that have come up. And I think an example is the recent ruling that was there, that we have county courts that collect money that does not go to the judiciary, but then it affects, in terms of favoring some of the judgments or rulings against some of these county government officials, and of course it as a, thank you.
Okay, then we'll take the one from a gentleman from Witness Protection. You had your hand up? Yes. Then we allow now the panelists to respond.
Thank you. Maybe mine is some sort of a suggestion, maybe to add up on what Senior Nyabena was coming up with.
Introduce yourself for the sake of those following us.
Okay, my name is Dennis Chinzi from Muhuri.
Chinzi,
yeah. So mine is some sort of a suggestion from what my Senior Nyabena was coming up with. Regarding the timelines, when a judge is found culpable, or maybe has made a decision that the public, or it's general knowledge that that is not what it's supposed to be. Maybe, is it possible for us to think around ways of coming up with specialized courts? Not necessarily the JSC, but courts that deal particularly with judges that are making decisions that are not sound and maybe are not in order with the law. So maybe a suggestion to that, if that's possible.
All right, then finally this one, you had your hand up. Yes. And then now, I hope you have taken down the questions. Some of them are just on the topics we have been discussing. All right.
I would just like to make a comment about corruption in the judiciary. At some point in my career, I have investigated corruption in the judiciary. And there is one particular case that, okay, I remember I investigated 3 cases. But there is one that I'll never forget. A judicial officer received a bribe from an accused person in order to disregard the evidence of a star witness. And what that officer did is that when the witness was testifying, he never recorded that evidence. And whatever the witness was saying was disregarded. He recorded his own things. Now we realize that our proceedings are recorded wrong-hand by either the judge or the magistrate. Hawa mashambiki wengine, they have absolutely no idea what is being recorded there. And that record cannot be questioned. Now, we made some suggestions that, in the past, some proceedings, you couldn't even hear what is going on. Ukiwa mwananchi mtukufu wa kawaida huku. You hear some English spoken there, people say much obliged, wanatoka wanaenda. Now, I think these days there are microphones, so people can hear. But then again, there is that aspect of what is it that's being recorded. I don't know whether you can explore the option of having whatever conversation that goes on in those proceedings recorded electronically, and the litigants given copies. Immediately after the session, they are given copies. They verify whether what has gone on is correct in order to tame corruption there, because transparency is one of the most formidable weapons in fighting corruption. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me give the panelists a time to respond. One of the subjects that we teach in trial is the subject around appellate tribunals, so that when a case is dismissed from a lower court, you move to the next court. But maybe where you want to question about conflict of interest or integrity of the judge, then we have what we call mechanisms of complaining. And I'm sure one of the panelists is going to talk about the mechanism in which now you can complain if you feel that perhaps there was inappropriateness of a judge or something like that. So, do we start with Nyage or we start with Jackie? Yeah? All right. Nyage, you start in that order. There were about 6 questions.
Yeah.
Either way.
Thank you, Session Chair. On JSC, I had an opportunity to speak to some former members of JSC, and their experience is that even the judicial officers taken there, they fight back. They don't take things lying down. They would go to the court, they ask the High Court to injunct the processes that are going on there. They bring many lawyers to the JSC forums. They would fire a lawyer to buy more time. They do all manner of things to keep their jobs. So sometimes it is frustrating. That is the information I was getting. And that is why you see the perception that JSC is not working or it's not delivering. I know of instances, I think during the vetting, because that was one process that was employed to try and clean up the judiciary, of people looking for complainants and sweet-talking them, going to extreme ends to find complainants. I remember there were people from our office who had complained against some certain judicial officers. And there was a lot of pressure to prevail upon these staff members to backtrack. People looking for you until midnight, looking for your relatives to talk to you, to go and withdraw. So those are the practical realities of the day. And sometimes when people withdraw, even in court, there is no evidence, there is nothing for the JSC to record, then this person bounced back, and you see him there life as usual, things going on. So those are the practical challenges. On Timothy is asking on the issue of public interest and in the interest of the public. I think that is a question that varies from one circumstance to another. It is so difficult to draw a line. I agree, you can't draw a line on that particular issue. What is of public interest? What is in the interest of the public? It varies from the circumstances prevailing at a certain point. Yeah, I think I would want to hand over the mic to my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Opulu. Any question you want to pick and respond to among the 6 questions asked?
I think these questions all to me come to one particular aspect of what we were discussing today, and that is the issue of the process and mechanisms of disciplining of judicial officers and the efficacy of the present mechanisms, either as provided by law or as viewed by members of the public. One of the most difficult things to do in the Republic of Kenya is to discipline a judicial officer. And it's very difficult because the process itself has landmines in it. First of all, you are labeled as a sore loser. You are labeled as somebody who is what we call sour grapes, who is complaining because you lost your case. You don't have evidence. Most of the time, these things are done in the dark because no sane judicial officer will engage in things just in broad daylight. And yes, and nowadays there's a fear of Sonko recordings. Long time ago, there were judges who you are submitting and he's writing his own stories. There are some who are not writing at all. There is another one who was notorious. You are submitting and is writing a ruling, which means what you are making is nonsensical. So you finish submitting, that is all, my lord, and you expect that he'll tell you to come for judgment next week. He says, now this is my ruling. And he has dismissed and rubbished what you said. Then there are those ones who will as you are submitting, they are counting their own things, and then they are looking outside the window. In the Court of Appeal in Nairobi, there's a window there. When judges are seated the way we are seated, there's a window there and the street there. So there's no attention to what you are doing. And then there are many examples that you can count. But those days, the methods of the discipline, again, were not as rigorous as put in the current constitution. But as much as we do that, again, you remember the vetting of judges. How many went home, the vetting of magistrates and whatever? They are all back in the judiciary and alive and kicking and serving. And because you write a complaint to the Judicial Service Commission, and the Judicial Service Commission is populated by the judiciary itself. It is headed by a sitting judicial officer. It is represented by officers from the Supreme Court, the Court of Appeal, the High Court, the Magistrates Court. And remember, the promotion process of these people starts from the magistracy up to the Supreme Court. And the advocates are only 2, and the other ones are state actors who may not really be interested in a very independent judiciary, an efficient and functioning judiciary, because they represent the executive in that judiciary. This is my perception, and I think it's a perception of many. So if you write a letter complaining about a judicial officer, it has to be decided by these same judicial officers. They have to appoint a panel which will go there and try to look into it and see if it merits, and then they appoint an officer to investigate, then a tribunal to be formed, then a recommendation to be taken to the president, then the president, once that recommendation is taken, appoints a tribunal now to try the judge. Then that time the judge will stand suspended once the tribunal sets in motion. But in light of express evidence to a honest human being watching TV and watching things happening, and somebody here is a judge who is discussing, and we know the voice of the judge, we know the face of the judge, we even know the clothes and the jeans and the sneaker shoes that he's putting on. How does the common man feel when tomorrow the same judge is presiding over other cases? I think this calls for some intervention. One of them to me will be to recreate and to rethink the composition of the Judicial Service Commission. I think in other countries, you cannot find serving people in their judicial service commissions. Maybe only the Chief Justice, but the rest are either retired people or people who have no interest in the disciplinary process of judicial officers. Because this is what we were calling conflict of interest. You expect me to discipline my brother, yet tomorrow I may be brought there. Yeah? Literally, and tomorrow he may sit in that Judicial Service Commission because we elect people to go and sit there. And then you'll be brought there and you'll lack somebody to defend you. Disciplining of magistrates is even another unsure way. You write a letter, you even don't know who is actually responsible and how does it happen. And then, how long does it take to take a decision to even discipline that judicial officer? If you are the one who is on the ground and you are the one who has complained and your case is still going on, you know, and then you go and tell this judicial officer to disqualify themselves based on a letter which you have written to the JSC. In fact, this person will tell you, just because of a letter you have written, I cannot disqualify myself. Now, if you are an accused facing an offense which is punishable by maybe 20, 30 years imprisonment, you know where you are going. Definitely you'll be convicted. By the time you save yourself from that process, maybe you are even rotting in jail. It is a quagmire out there on how to discipline errant judicial officers. Something needs to be done. We don't know if it is a change in law. I don't know. It's a very difficult topic, but it's an impossibility, let me tell you. Out of the judicial officers who have been disciplined through the judicial process, I know maybe only 4 or 5 since the time I started practicing. I don't think there are more than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Nyambena? And we keep in mind the question about transcribing. I think that's what I was asking. Can we have electronic recording like Parliament so that you get your proceedings immediately, use them? You can touch on that.
I think we need integrity of the processes. I've been a victim myself. You do a criminal case, you are cross-examining on certain aspects. When you want to write submissions, you realize that was never recorded, so you've been beating the wind or chasing the wind. So I believe we need transcribed proceedings, a more transparent way. I have personally, even during this current of online hearing, requested for some online proceedings which were not there because the judge had recorded something else. So for me, I want to state this way. Ladies and gentlemen, you know JSC has failed. In terms of discipline, JSC has failed. In terms of what my brother Chinzi said, I support, the only thing I could have supported in BBI is for us to have an independent disciplinary process where we do not have judges. You've heard of even judgments. A judge sits and is writing a case on discipline of judges, and he knows something is coming on his way. So that judgment is couched in a manner not only to protect that other judge, but to remember that this is going to happen. A true scenario of what happened in these processes. I know of a case where a judge in the process of some compromise had made some order on a rental premises, so somebody had lost like 1 million. So as this complaint was pending in JSC, the judge in question or judicial officer in question comes and says, you lost 1 million? Here it is. You want another 1 million? Here it is. So what do you want to do with your complaint which has never been heard? Of course, the person goes and withdraws it. So to me, every day we have very independent and competent judges, but there is a breed of judicial officers, and this is actually a referendum on us as Kenyans. I recently ran for office, and one of my agenda I listed in my manifesto is to fight corruption in the judiciary. I was called aside and told, this one will make you lose votes. So try to make it in such a way that you can talk about it, but don't have it in black and white. So as we blame judges, let's remember, it's us, the consumers of justice, because we don't want to queue in the system. We come to justice and say, do you know somebody who knows somebody? And then this cartel runs from us advocates, and for once, let me admit, there are advocates who have specialized in knowing judges, so the moment you have cases with so and so, they basically win. So it is, if this is sovereign power of the people belongs to us, and we are kind of corrupt, maybe we should, somebody argued somewhere, we should now legislate and tax this corruption so that we contribute to the national economy. If we must then accept that everybody wants to think there is a shortcut. And one of the dangers then on the independence of a judge, when a judge comes in, you know, we tend to tempt them. Even the one who says, I'll not take, we tempt them, and occasionally they find their price. So there was a question about elite capture. Let me tell you what somebody forwarded me yesterday. And I came here, I had somebody talking about small claims court. Have you ever seen a small claims properly in court in Mombasa? No. Even Nairobi, no. So what has happened, somebody forwarded about a meeting with KEPSA, Kenya Private Sector Alliance, with the Chief Justice, where they are proposing to go and fundraise money to build courts, including small claims courts. And then they are saying the judiciary should now start giving judgments that are business friendly. What does that mean? I sat with Judge Mogoeng, the CJ of South Africa, and they said something that has sunk in my mind. There is nothing for free in this world. Nothing for free. Even if you come to this seminar by Huria, there is nothing for free. One day, somebody is going to ask for a favor. Do you remember that you did masters and we funded you? Now, Jacqueline, you are a judge. We have this issue, a cause that we are so comfortable with. Can you help us? So we, as today, let me finish by saying this. I've sat behind the television as a chairman for 4 years. You people see what is in the front there. Let me tell you, the Court of Appeal in the Republic of Kenya has no personnel. All those Court of Appeal judges are just struggling. So during the campaign period, I heard of people saying, I filed my application for stay pending appeal. It has not been given a date 2 years later. Is that access to justice in the Republic of Kenya? The answer is no. We have a pretense of a system that seems to be working, but it's not working. Look at the High Court judges whom they are recruiting now. It's been a struggle. It's been a struggle to get them recruited. Look at the systems that we use in the judiciary. Donor funding. If you withdraw, if today you withdraw all donor funding that is going to the judiciary in Kenya will stall. And you remember some people, when we had political cases, somebody says, no, it was IDLO is funding the judiciary. So today, the judiciary is being funded. And the greatest and the gravest danger that we have against the independence of this judiciary is when we fund these courts. I had somebody mention about the municipal courts. Along the way, the interaction between the municipal court magistrate and the county administration become so close that, that getting justice in that court is very, very difficult. So Kenyans who are listening to me and you listening to me, we must demand that our judiciary be funded from public funds. For as long as you wait for courts to be built by KEPSA, for as long as you wait for judicial officers to be presented, even the small claims court, do we have personnel? But we want to paint a picture that things are well. They are not well. And the judiciary itself is standing on shaky ground. And at the moment we have our Chief Justice and other judicial officers not talking about funding, which was initially there, that the judiciary is underfunded, then we'll be pretending for all this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting discussion. Let's hear from the Vice Chair. Very interesting. And Vice Chair, as you answer the questions relating to what has been asked, I'll ask this. Can you appreciate a judge? He has done this public interest case. We were crossing the ferry, we were clobbered, and we stopped everything. We said advocates are essential service providers, is it? Do you remember the lockdown? And then Kitu also wanted paralegals to be essential service providers. Can you meet that judge and say thank you very much and appreciate him in public? Give him a gift? Over to you, Jackie.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, moderator. Okay, I think when it comes to appreciating judicial officers and judges, in and of itself is not an issue. However, it depends on how the appreciation is carried out. And what do I mean by this? If we laud the judge and say the judge they decided on this issue, the ESP, they decided on other constitutional matters, other issues of public interest or in the interest of the public, and they have made the lives of Kenyans better, and we appreciate them as a show of appreciation without tagging, say, a gift, like you've mentioned. I have a problem with giving or gifting public officers for doing the job that they are required to do. So I believe that it is important to recognize and appreciate people for the good that they do, but it doesn't have to have a monetary or financial impact to say, look, thank you for doing this, because that also creates now that cloud around that particular appreciation. Because we are presuming that the judge or the judicial officer is well remunerated in the first instance to know right from wrong. And that is where we say you're independent, because you're not doing this to get something in return. You're doing this because it is constitutional, it is the rule of law, and you follow the right principles of administration of justice, and you come up with a reasoned decision that speaks not only to that particular point in time, but to even to the future. There are judgments we keep on quoting, jurisdiction, so, and, what public officers can and cannot do. So those are things that are within the public realm, and we need to say, yes, that decision was good. And this is now where we say, that academically, let's write, because here we are with the University of Nairobi, write those articles. Say the judge said and appreciated and did, and the reasoning was sound because of 1, 2, 3, 4, and the public interest is served, and this is the impact, the long-term, short-term, mid-term. You choose, the academics, and choose to do that. Now that, of course, what happens is that you immortalize the decision that has been made, even if it will be counted in the future. Now, you will lay the foundation for some other person to build on that or derogate from that, depending on what the circumstances are. So I'm not going to answer all the questions that were raised, but I do like the question on technology. And the reason I call it technology is this. It is high time, and I think it was high time a decade ago that we have recording of proceedings done by an independent person. There have been pilots. It can be done. The issue that we hear is tied to the question of funding of the judiciary. We are told that it is not possible because we do not have sufficient funds to be able to record every single word that is said by an advocate or a litigant or even the court because we do not have money to purchase the the stenographer's equipment. And in today's age and day, we were told that when the online proceedings or the e-management practice directions were issued, that now that we are going on Teams, we will be able to get a recording of the Teams. But I don't know how many of us have been able to obtain those proceedings. Usually what we are told is that the repository of those proceedings is somewhere, either at Supreme Court or in the main registry in we're usually told that you have to go and apply in the main registry in Nairobi, depending on which court you're dealing with. But, and here we'll distinguish, and there's a difference between what is provided also in writing, in law, and what is an aspiration. We can laud the Court of Appeal for their case management directions, which say that, and I think it may be an aspiration because it doesn't always happen, but you can proceed in the Court of Appeal, you're recorded, and if you apply for the proceedings, ideally, you're supposed to get those proceedings within at least 7 days. Now, that should be the direction of every single court that we have. Now, we know that we are aspiring to use technology, we are aspiring to have a record of the proceedings in court. What can you do as an individual while we are waiting for these aspirations to materialize? With criminal matters, I believe now we are all fairly good at this. We record everything. You have your witness statement ready, you have a list of documents, and then that is included with your pleadings. So whether or not a judicial officer or a judge records what you say, you already have what you intend to use should you appeal, should you require to appeal. In criminal matters, it is not exactly the same. A lot of criminal matters tend to be heard viva voce, and even the statements and witness statements that are taken by the police are usually within the police file and are not admitted within the main file in the criminal matter. So there is case for reform on how we conduct our criminal matters, and I believe there is an initiative to do so. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, sorry. That's called infrastructure breakdown. So where do I start? Where did I lose you? What? Okay, I will just summarize and say that I was speaking to technology, and I'm very interested and keen on technology. And the record of what happens in court remains more an aspiration than something that is real or practical. And now we have the provisions in law. I think there's the practice directions speaking to e-filing and e-management, and there's also what the Court of Appeal has put in place. Now, for all of us who, especially those who practice in court, where you find that you are not able to meet that aspiration that is already in law, then you can take steps, practical steps, to make sure that you have a record of what you need to be in the record, even before you need it to go on appeal. So we use witness statements, we use list of documents, we use pleadings so that you can be able to say, even if the magistrate or the judicial officer or the judge doesn't record, you can be able to say, we filed a witness statement that said it was disregarded. So in civil matters, it is easy to have a reference point. Criminal matters are more informal, and by that I mean most of the evidence that is taken in longhand by the judicial officer or the judge, and what we need to do is to look for reform also within the criminal justice system. I think I'll rest there because I don't know whether I lost you or not. Because I was going to speak to the JSC, yes, the Judicial Service Commission. I know we have been lambasting them a lot, and this is what I would like to say about the Judicial Service Commission. It comprises of elected officials. In principle, they should be independent because they are beholden to the people who have elected them. I believe the problems that we have in disciplining the judicial officers and judges starts with the fact that the complaints handling or disciplinary procedure is not laid down in law at all. And I think basically what we are saying is that there is a case to be made for putting regulations in place so that, this is how I move the JSC. This is what is required of me when I go to the JSC. This is the level or the standard of proof that they require from me. And this is how, or the timelines within and the steps that require to be taken before I can expect a decision to be made. Now, what that would do is it would remove the ambiguities, the gray areas which people are exploiting to further their own personal gain. And when I say personal, I mean the judge who has a complaint pending against them will look for a way. It's natural. I want to defend myself if I have an adverse complaint against me. Also, when we have people who are applying for recruitment, then what happens is that there are those who you may not like you, they do not want to see you to progress. They may have a reason to not want you to make it to the bench, and then they bring the spurious or the vexatious, the unfortunate complaints that should not be made. So we need to protect the people who have complaints being made against them for no reason other than somebody doesn't want you to progress. And we need to also ensure that those who have complaints that require to be addressed also are addressed. And the only way we can do that is if we have a standard format, regulations, something that tells you this is what to expect when you refer a complaint to the Judicial Service Commission. Without that, it is difficult to now come back and say the Judicial Service Commission is not doing its job whilst we have not laid the groundwork or the framework or the standards or the points that they need to hit for them to be able to dispense that particular aspect of their mandate. So I'm not holding brief for the Judicial Service Commission, but it is important to remember the reason why we have a commission that is appointed to investigate or confirm a judge who has been, where there's a valid complaint, is because that is also a mechanism for protecting the independence of that judge. So that when they sit there and make a decision against the executive, they're not worried that somebody out there is going to crawl out of the woodwork and come up with a made-up claim. And all you need today is really to take a camera, take a couple of photos. They may not be genuine, or they may be reported out of context. Or it may be somebody who has just lost a case and they do not want to incur or go through the process of appeal. So I think the case is there to be made for a balanced approach, so that the JSC doesn't listen to all complaints and then tell you at the end of it all, why don't you just appeal? Because there's a mechanism for appeal. Let them be able to tell us, in this case, we received, and this is in accordance with the regulations, and we therefore find that there is a case for investigating a particular judge or judicial officer, or vice versa. And then from there, we'll be able to say, look, there's an objective standard, and this is what we expect to be done in the circumstances where there is a complaint, or even in relation to recruitment of new judicial officers and judges. So I'll rest there, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's give them a clap. You'll all agree with me that the subject of this afternoon goes to the core of our discussion on delivery of justice and people-centered justice. And I believe our representative from the bar was speaking from what they have gotten for the people they serve, the clans they represent. As we leave, as a parting shot, because now we are going for a tea break and maybe close the day, unless there are any other questions coming. I'll give each of them a one to just the final shot. And I will pause this way. As ourselves, how do we ensure that we protect the independence of the judicial officers who serve with us? And I'm having this in mind that we had this judicial officer who was Mkali. Mkali means he gets to court, works very hard, delivers judgment. And you could not give him cash. You could not buy him anything. But he was told he was serving one part of this country. People came to discover his weakness. You know, everybody has a weakness. So his weakness was just one thing. Those of us who go to the church know what happened in the Garden of Eden. And that is how his independence was eroded. So he decides to take a trip. You know, judges take vacation. So he decides to take a trip. And this trip, he doesn't go alone. He was told you must be escorted. So he told the air ticket, we are going to purchase for you. The hotel where you are going to stay, we are going to organize for you, an hotel in London. And you can't go economic class. You must use first class business. Little did he know that where he was going, the family that hosted him in London had a dispute in Kenya, which he was handling. And you know, these are companies, so he can't know. So he did what he must do, had a very nice vacation, had left his wife here, and finally came to Kenya. So what happens? He handles the case, gives the verdict in how he was instructed to do. But he didn't know that in the many dark things you do, there are eyes watching. So the time came for vetting, you can know the outcome. How do we protect the independence of those who serve in our jurisdiction without eroding the judicial independence? Your take? Then we finish. Right? Just 1 minute. We start, yes.
You start with me?
Yes.
I think we have a judge here who could have answered that for us. if he was given that trip to London and he's a church member. But on a serious note, you cannot protect somebody who lacks integrity. Because integrity does not only get eroded when you receive money. Corruption is corruption. Lack of integrity is lack of integrity. Whether you are getting social favors, financial favors, favors in which, whether it's your son being employed, you can't protect such an officer. You just have to set the bar very high for yourself. In any case, even the mere fact that a ticket is being bought for you and a hotel is being paid for, you are receiving cash. Because if you are to spend from your pocket, you would have been withdrawing money to do that. So it's just like somebody, a worker going to pay something for you. You should have questioned, to what end? This is a judicial officer who is worse because his love for money is so high, coupled with his love for other things. And for that reason, there is no way you can protect such an officer. In fact, Mr. Munyithi, I don't know what you are asking. How to protect an officer without integrity? I mean, we are talking converse to what we are discussing from morning. Because if you lack integrity, then you're not supposed to be there in the first
Let me ask
place.
this way. How
Yes.
do you ensure you don't tempt a judge in the course of the duty in what they do? I've given the illustration that it's not money.
You know,
we are coming with the concept
yes,
of
now I get it.
when you interfere, because sometimes, and when are looking at this, you may not know, you might even do it very innocently,
Yes.
without knowing that actually what you are doing is eroding the very independence of that judge.
Now, if I allow myself to be tempted, I don't see how it can be an innocent thing. And you are the one who said you have left your wife here and you are traveling and you find, but let us remunerate our officers very well. Let us, if possible, even give them money for vacations and holidays to go with their families. Let us not let them, you know, one of the worst things for being a judicial officer is knowing that when you retire, you are going to be so desolate and destitute without medical cover, without the perks and allowances and the life you are used to. Maybe you still have children who have to go to school and all that. All those necessities of life. If judges and magistrates are properly remunerated and properly taken care of, there will be no necessity for such behavior apart from self-greed if it exists. So the answer is in properly making sure that judges can take care of, and magistrates and judicial officers in general, including others who are not magistrates and judges, making sure that in their current life they are comfortable and they can get what you who is in practice, you who is in business is getting, and in their life after the judiciary, they are also comfortable in that life. They don't have to worry about medical covers and all that. So I think a better retirement package.
I think you got it right. You have
is
mentioned that it's not just finance.
Yes.
Socially, and our interactions can impact on the independence of the judiciary.
That's what I'm
Nyange, and then Nyange, 1 minute, then we wrap up. Finish, take your take.
Thank you. I think to whom much is given, much is expected. That for me is the point. So the expectation is there, it is high, and I'm telling you for a fact that you will always be tempted as a judicial officer, always be tempted. So you just need to maybe ask God to help you overcome the temptations, because sometimes it can be extremely overbearing. So you pray to God that you overcome those temptations. And maybe for us is to pray for our judges whenever we go to church. Maybe that can help. I don't see any other way. The issue of increasing their pay packs, maybe it can help, but sometimes you see when you're writing a judgment of 500 million and you're not getting a single coin, the temptation there is so high that these people are offering you 100 million out of the 500. You can see people are making money from you, from whatever you are writing, and you're not getting anything. So maybe increasing salaries might help, but I think it might not be the solution. So to whom much is given, much is expected. Thank you.
So they take it, who much is given, much is expected. Yes, Chair.
I take it from this position that untested virtue is no virtue. So if you are saying you are not a thief and you've never been given and then you never stole, you cannot say I don't steal. So if you are a judge and you've never been given that opportunity of the fattest bribe that you can take, then we have not tested you. Number two, we need men and women who will stand for the truth, though heavens fall. It's a matter of personal conviction. And in this country, there are judges who have stood for the truth. They have been transferred from Mombasa to other stations with immediate effect because they refused bribes from the who is who in Mombasa or elsewhere. So my take is that we also equally need men and women of virtue even within you in the audience. So that when you see this victimization, speak out. It may not count much. You'll be like the hummingbird. But if you see victimization, speak out. If you see corruption, speak out. And by the way, by the close of your life, those good deeds and those good judges, their deeds follow them. They have served well and they will serve well. So as you go home today, just ask yourself, if you are a judge and you are offered that bribe, and you know, there's that waking up time of about 2-3, then you remember that I was given 10 million. Al is supposed to go to Australia. So do I wake up in the morning and refuse it or not? It is about our DNA. But to me, I stand firm and say it's good to speak and die with the truth. Thank you.
And Jackie, your final parting word?
Thank you for the opportunity. I think my final and parting shot is this. Integrity is individual, independence is individual, impartiality is individual. There's no other third party who is going to come and make our judges or judicial officers, have integrity, have independence, or have impartiality. The truth of the matter is, and I think the economists got it right, in every equation, there's, they call it the Pareto rule. So we can expect that out of all the judges and the judicial officers that we have, 80% of them will have those qualities of integrity, independence, and impartiality. But there's always the 20%. And speaking in relation to this 20%, I wish, as my chairman said, that all we needed to do was to increase their pay or increase their perks or enable them to fit into society or within the economics or financially well. But I've had an experience where a restaurant owner called me. I was appearing against them in a matter. And he told me, Wakili, this judge comes to eat in my restaurant. There is no way you're going to get a decision against me. And I said, look, the law will prevail. And true to his prediction, I don't know what happened in the exchange of the meals, whatever it is that he was eating, but the decision came out according to what the restaurant owner said. And today, we are in appeal. Something that if it had been decided impartially and independently and using the rule of law, would have been the other way. They're all somewhere. So, and unfortunately, the reason I also raise this issue is because eating in Kenya has very many different connotations, right? So you do not know where the judicial officer is eating. If you, as an individual, find a situation where a judicial officer or a judge is eating, then it is upon you to take the steps that are necessary to bring that judicial officer to book. It is not an easy situation. It is not an endeavor that you will walk through without feeling that you're going to be scathed, but it is our responsibility. Because I think Albert Einstein said it well, or to persist. All it takes is for good men to stand back and do nothing. So I'll go back to my comments about the regulations for the JSC on how to process complaints for disciplinary matters. We urge and we speak to the members of the JSC, please put this in place as soon as possible. Let us have an objective process that we can see. Give us a cause list. Let us know what is going on with the complaints procedure. Let us have a register. Let us know the complaint was made on this day, it was handled in this way, and the final outcome was this, and there is a record of all that. And if need be, those records can be unsealed should the public, we heard about public interest or in the interest of public, so that we can be able to take appropriate action in relation to any of the incidents that may arise as and when they arise, so that we're not waiting 10 years for a resolution to evolve. Let us have a decision that is made quickly, clearly, and we know now what the outcome is, and understand that corruption fights back. So I don't think I can rest on any other place than those words. I think they are enduring words of Judge Ringera, that corruption does fight back. We need to have a formula that is clear and concise and we can refer to deal with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's give them a clap for that. This was a candid discussion for the bar. I'll ask them to take their seat, but I appreciate you for the discussion and for the robust way of which you have responded to the questions that have been raised. Thank you very much. You can take your seats. So, ladies and gentlemen, my Lord Justice Mativo, that brings us to the end of that session, and I would like to invite my co-moderator, Dr. Sarah Kenyajui, to come and close for us. I'm told after this we'll be going to have tea, and maybe we'll be winding up for the course of the day. There are those many questions that you have asked. Some of them have been recorded, and tomorrow we will still have a day for plenary. You'll have opportunity, even during tea break, to ask some of those questions, like how do you deconstruct the elite capture of judicial officers in the county courts? And I'm sure Judge was here, was listening. You have heard what the lawyers are saying. And all of us here, we are key stakeholders who can bring judicial officers and the judiciary to be accountable. And especially, you cannot have independence of the judiciary without independence of the bar. They go hand in hand. So let's think about that conversation even as we move for tea. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Justice Munithia and the panel. I think much has been said and time has really gone, and we have reached almost the end of this function, but we are aware that tomorrow we shall be here for the other sessions. There was a session that was supposed to be done today, but has been shifted to tomorrow morning. So I'm hoping that the panel will be around and will attend to the session. So without saying much, I think we have come to the end of the day one, and I really want to appreciate everyone for making time to be here this during the whole sessions. I want to really appreciate everyone for having participated. And maybe before we wrap up and bring in Yusuf for any communication, I want to state that I think we have hundreds of comments online. I might not have time to read all of them, but I think a number of colleagues online have showed interest, have been following up the conversation. Great deliberations going on, great platform set with educative, informative, and realistic at the right time. Some say access to justice, plead yetu, kazi safi, human rights agenda, and so much going on online. I'm informed tea will be served, I think where it was served in the morning. So maybe here after, we shall have a cup of tea before we head to our places. And also I think I would really want to have a chat with the panel that has just left the stage, maybe just a minute or two before they leave, so that we agree on one or two things too. I'm hoping to see you, we are hoping to see you tomorrow. Same conversations, different sessions and panelists, but I think we'll have enriching discussions around improving and enhancing access to justice to these vulnerable and to our vulnerable communities. So thank you very much. I would love to have someone pray for the tea and our journey masses, and as usual, our in-house pastor.
Everyone, Lord Father, with your peace. In Jesus' name we've prayed.